Thank you. First in the ring this morning on my left side, your right side as you enter the Broadbent Arena, we will be having your key show. And on my right side and your left side entering the arena, we will be having our main Andrew show. We are ready for Class 1 keys and Class 1 of Maine Andrews. We are ready for those females in the ring. As we get started over here in the Key Show, I'd like to take this time to introduce your judge over here, Mr. Todd Herman. Todd is a native of Edmonton, Ohio. He grew up on a diverse livestock and grain operation. Todd is a third-generation Heifer breeder and a graduate of Michigan State University. Todd has judged numerous shows through the U.S. and Canada. Todd and Kim, along with his parents Jim and Beth Herman and their daughters Casey and her husband Dan Hendel, continue to raise Herefords. Todd and Kim currently live in Lima, Ohio, where he is the cow herd manager at Jones Show Cattle. Could you please join me in welcoming Mr. Todd Herman to evaluate your key show? We do need last call for Cheyenne Baker over in the main Andrew side. We do need Cheyenne Baker.
The real pleasure for me to be here at the North American to judge your Junior Key Show, and what an excellent pair of heifers to start out this show with. Both of them have a lot of quality in them. The all black heifer that ended up winning this class and division, just a real complete, good looking, very sound, excellent kind of female as far as the amount of muscle she has, and yet has enough body. She's still green enough condition wise that it looks like she's going to go on and have a big future in front of her. A real attractive black and white one that ends up being reserved in this division, real up-headed kind of heifer. She just isn't built quite as good from her hip back. She's not quite as coordinated on her legs as you watch her travel around the ring, but a real good looking, like I said, very attractive kind of female. Excellent pair to start out this Key Show with.
And placings for your Class 1 Key Show and automatic champion summer heifer calf goes to entry number 2. Press Sandy Skies 289K, exhibited by Elijah Wright. And second place in Class 1 and reserve summer heifer calf champion goes to entry number 1. Hers Mays Western Secret 11K, exhibited by Allison Hare. Congratulations. Now entering the ring over in your Key Show is Class 2. These heifers' date of birth range from April 15th through April 30th. Over on your Maine Andrew side, I would like to take this time to introduce your judge for today, Mr. Andrew Foster. He is from Niles, Michigan. He, along with his family, own and operate Seldom Rest Farms, where they specialize in marketing Angus show heifers. Andrew is a 2010 graduate of Oklahoma State, and he and his wife, Emily, have 2 daughters, Every and Emerson. Could you please join me in welcoming Andrew Foster to judge your Maine Andrew show? For those not with us today, we do want to remind you that we are being broadcasted live on Show Barn Flicks. So if you go to their website, you can watch live on today's shows. Again, we are being broadcasted on Show Barn Flicks for those who couldn't be here with us today. We do appreciate their support in broadcasting the show for us.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here, and really an exciting way to start off our main show, and I think an outstanding class from end to end, and I'm excited about the day. And as we get into the May and April babies, I think really a fun way to start here. And the heifer that starts the class for me in terms of attractiveness and quality and where she is at this stage of the game, I think that one's got a tremendous future. I love the way this one is up through her front end, tremendously good in that shape and rib shape there through her lower 1/3. A heifer that's got a tremendous amount of muscle and shape there. And then when we set her in motion, she's certainly attractive when she gets out and goes, maintains that balance and still has plenty of flexibility. I like where this one is in terms of her maturity right now as a May baby, one that I think has a really good future ahead of her. Heifer here in second, really good as well. I think all three of these deep here in this class have a tremendous amount of future. One that's really good in terms of that depth of body and that hip shape that she has, really square from hooks to pins. And when she gets out and goes, she's certainly got a lot of reach and flexibility off of both ends as well. When we compare her back to our class winner, maybe not quite as attractive up through that front end, but maybe, and then that heifer that starts the class got a little more shape there through her lower quarter. White socked heifer here coming next. I think one that really follows our second place heifer as well. One that's really good in terms of her structure, really deep sided. Just like to level her off from hooks to pins and compared to the heifers ahead of her, but I think one that's really good as well. Another heifer here coming out. I think one that in terms of power and body and mass, you certainly appreciate a lot of things about. She's really deep sided. She's really big top, got a tremendous amount of foot and bone. Just like to level that one off from hooks to pins just to get her any higher today. The next pair of heifers here kind of follow each other in terms of type and kind as we round out the class. Tremendous growth and extension at this stage of the game. A lot of length of body. The heifer here that comes next, really good and level in that top line. Got some bone, just like to deepen her down. The same heifer here as we round out the class. Another one that's really good in her lines. Like to add a little bit more depth and a little more length of stride as she gets out and goes.
And placings in Class 1 of your Maine Andrew Spring Heifer Calf class are as followed. First place goes to entry number 57, exhibited by Avery Blecher. And second place goes to entry number 2, exhibited by Reed Shoemaker. And third place goes to entry number 3, exhibited by Micah Malone. And fourth place goes to entry number 58, exhibited by Jaden Smith. Fifth place in that class goes to entry number 5, exhibited by Mackenzie Jolliffe. And in sixth place goes to entry number 6, exhibited by Madison Jolliffe. Congratulations.
Boy, what an excellent class of these April key heifers, and the way they end up shaking out for me is when you really get to evaluating what you have out here in front of you. This heifer that leads off his class is really an excellent kind of female. When you really get to looking at all her parts and pieces and how they fit together, how that one can move. She's a real up-headed kind of heifer, one that looks like she's going to go on and have a big future in front of her. She's got enough muscle. She's got enough depth of body. You get her on the move, that heifer can really get out and reach and go when you ask her to. Now, the heifer that ends up second is a real attractive heifer, one that you really gravitate to when you first see that one come into the class but you really get to looking at her and comparing her to our class winner. She's a little bit shorter hip, a heifer that is a little bit different in the way she is in her front end. She doesn't just jet right out of the top side of her shoulder, a heifer that's just a little bit shorter in that regard compared to our class winner, but a real good-looking, good kind of female that ends up going second here. Then we got a black and white one that has a lot of really unique parts and pieces as well. I mean, that heifer's got a lot of muscle in her, tremendous amount of depth of body and spring of rib, but with that, she just gets a little bit shorter coupled. She just isn't as extended as what we've got in the two that walk out ahead of her. She's a little easier in her top. When you get her out here on a profile, that heifer's just wants to come out of her top just a little bit more than I prefer, but a good kind of female, real productive looking heifer that ends up going out there in third. Heifer coming here in fourth. Here's another really cool looking one, real straight line, real up-headed kind of heifer. There's just not enough body to go along with the amount of frame size that we see in that particular female. She doesn't just move quite as well as what I prefer. She gets just a little bit short and choppy as you watch her take off on the move. Next heifer coming out here in fifth, one that you really like from a structure standpoint, one that is really flexible. She has a lot of reach. There's no doubt a big future in front of that one. The skeleton correct as she is, but there's just not quite enough heifer there when you look at natural shape and her top. You just like to blow that one apart up high in her body, but extremely long body, good bone work underneath that one. Nice heifer that ends up going fifth. And then the young lady that ends up sixth, just not quite the overall look to that one. She gets a little bit harder looking, a little bit racy looking out here. She doesn't handle her hip just exactly the way you'd like. She wants to drop her pins and you get her in motion, but I think a big future in front of that one because she is really green condition. Excellent class from top to bottom.
And placings for Class 2 over in your key show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 7, exhibited by Cameron Hardy. Second place goes to entry number 6, exhibited by Savannah Garrett. And third place in that class goes to entry number 3, exhibited by Caitlin Hockmeyer. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 4, exhibited by Morgan DeRoss. And in fifth place in that class goes to entry number 5, exhibited by Gwyneth Souter. And sixth place in that class goes to entry number 8, exhibited by Claire Cheeseman. Now entering the ring will be Class 3 over in your key show. These heifers range of April 2nd through April 12th.
Well, really another good class of March females here and tremendous quality from end to end. I think a lot of these heifers have a bright future ahead of them, and that's saying a lot at this stage of the game. I think the heifer to start for me in terms of length and femininity and just tying that whole package together in terms of a profile comes to the top for me. really long fronted and smooth through that shoulder. She's good in terms of the depth of her body. A heifer that's really good there from her hooks to her pins and the way she comes to the ground. One that's long strided and meets her track when we get her set in motion. If I'm going to pick on her just slightly, I'd like to relax her just right behind her shoulder when she gets out and goes. I think there's some give and take there and maybe doesn't always settle down quite as well when she's on the move as she needs to, but when we get her parked here and on the stand, I think one that's really good in that line down her top, and certainly when we set her in motion, certainly good in terms of her structure there on her feet and legs. The heifer here coming in second, I think one that I like a great deal as well. She hit me hard when she came into the ring. I think one in terms of attractiveness and femininity, really a smooth type of heifer that's really good in her lines as well. Maybe not the overall depth of body that our class winner has, and where I get to picking on this one, and it's hidden well, but I think a heifer that wants to just be a little bit more straight upright in that show and the slope to her shoulder, one that just wants to toe out there up front just slightly. I think one, though, in terms of design and quality is really high quality as well. Young ladies heifer here coming next in third. I think one that kind of rose to the top for me as I continued to watch her throughout the class. Not a lot of bells and whistles in this one, but I think just in terms of pure quality and correctness of structure and body, and going to be a good big one and a good bred. I think one that's got a tremendous amount of quality on down the road. Really good and functional in her build. I think that one's got a bright future ahead of her as well. Bigger outline heifer here coming next. I think one that's got a tremendous amount of growth at this stage of the game. One that is really long-bodied. She's really attractive up there through her front end when she relaxes. She gives you a great profile. One, though, when we set her in motion, she wants to slope off from her hooks to her pins. A heifer that maybe doesn't have the overall depth there back through that rear rib and flank as the heifer's ahead of her here today, but one that's certainly attractive in that overall profile that she has. Heifer here rounding out the class, another one I think has tremendous breeding potential, one that's really good in terms of her body and just overall function. Like to make that one just a little more attractive, like to tie her into her from her neck or from her shoulder into her neck, just make her a little bit more attractive up through that front end to get her any higher today.
And in first place in Class 2 of your Maine Andrews show goes to entry number 14, JBT Daddy's Girl 50K ET, exhibited by Callie Baldwin from Winchester, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 8, MCCF Camora ET, exhibited by Mason Joliffe from Kenton, Ohio. Third place goes to entry number 9, exhibited by Sadie Moore from Lancaster, Ohio. Fourth place goes to entry number 13, exhibited by Connor Thomas from Urbana, Ohio. Fifth place in that class goes to entry number 10, exhibited by Aaron Kavanaugh from Memphis, Michigan. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the Maine Andrews side is Class 3. Again, entering the ring in your Maine Andrews side is Class 3. These heifers' ages range from January 1st through February 28th, 2022 in Class 3 of your Maine Andrews show.
Before we get into this second class of these Aprils, a pair of really nice females up here on the front end of this thing. A little bit different as far as frame size on these two, but I don't think really that is what separates them, is no doubt in my mind. This one to win just puts a lot of really nice things together. You really get to evaluating her, how she gets out and goes, what she has to offer out here. She's really complete in her overall makeup of a female. She's got enough muscle, she's got enough bone, body complements everything else that I just talked about, and yet still has enough angularity and femininity in her front end. Just an excellent kind of female there. And this young man's heifer that ends up second sure has some really good parts as well. She's a little more moderate in her frame size, probably tucked up a little bit nicer in her chest at this stage of the game. But a heifer, to me, she doesn't travel as good as what we've got in our class winner. She doesn't have the base width in her. When you get in behind that one, she just doesn't go out and just go and flex and reach with as much as what we've got in our class winner, but a really good kind of female, real good looking when you get off to the side of that one. This heifer here in third, it just gets a little more opened up in her shoulders. She isn't put together quite as nice. The heifer gets a little bit easy in her top, and she looks a little bit off in her hip at times when you get that young lady gets her parked out here, but big legs, really stout individual that ends up going third. This heifer here in fourth is a really cool looking one. I mean, on a profile standpoint, that one is really nice. She's really flat shouldered. She's a female that looks like a female. She's really angular and feminine up through her front end. There's just not enough muscle in this one for me to get her any higher in this class. I mean, you get from her hip back, there's just like to see just a little bit more natural muscle shape in that particular heifer. Then we got one coming here in fifth that you really like from an extension standpoint. She's super long fronted, really good in her neck, extremely good in her overall makeup as far as her length of body, her extension, but there's just a little bit piecier. This heifer's just a little bit piecier looking out here. She isn't quite as genuine in her shape from front to rear as what we've got in cattle that walk out ahead of her. Then we got a really cool looking shorthorn marked heifer here, really powerful as far as muscle shape and design. Natural thickness is tremendous. That heifer to me just gets a little bit shorter body. There isn't the overall extension in her. Then you get that one in motion. She doesn't handle those rear legs quite as good as what you'd like to see, but a really stout individual that ends up going sixth in this class. Now we've got this heifer, black and white heifer to end with. Just a really nice brood cow look to that one. You don't really have any bells and whistles, but there's really nothing wrong with her. There's just not enough heifer there when you look talking about overall makeup and design and overall look to one, but a really good kind of female that ends up closing this class. Excellent from top to bottom in this one as well. Give them a nice hand if you would, please.
And placings for Class 3 over in your Key Heifer show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 14, JSUL TSSC Miss Jessie J, 2234K, exhibited by Maddie Smith. And second place goes to entry number 12, Prescott High, 265K, exhibited by Colton Wynn. And in third place goes to entry number 10, exhibited by Delaney Moore. Fourth place goes to entry number 13, exhibited by Brody Hanson. Fifth place in that class goes to entry number 9, exhibited by Allison Simpson. Sixth place goes to entry number 16, exhibited by Lindsay Ashton Lyle. And in seventh place in that class goes to entry number 15, exhibited by Lacey Hauser. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring in your Key show is Class 4. These heifers calved from March 18th through March 26th.
Well, here in our Maine, on our Maine side, I think again another really high quality class of February's, and I think one January out here, and there's some give and take, and it take a little while longer here on this class. I think the heifer that rises to the top for me does so just in terms of completeness. She's the most fault-free when we get out here. She's good in terms of her body and her dimension and her lines. When we set her into motion, she's the most correct here on her feet and legs, and got some bone and some substance, and still got that good look that we'd like to see in these show ring heifers. I think the next pair here is where it comes to some discussion, and I think if you want to switch these two, I won't sit and argue with you for very long. I think two really high quality heifers, and I think they're way different in terms of type and kind, and I think this one just suits me a little bit more in the terms of the kind that I like. And I think that this heifer, in terms of structure, has a distinct advantage there through her front end over the heifer that's in third. I think when we set this heifer in motion, she reaches out and goes with tremendous reach and flexibility off of both ends. She's really deep-sided and carries that depth back through her flank, got a really good profile. Now, she's not the most powerful heifer that there is. I'd like to see this one with a little more shape there through her hip and down through her lower quarter, but I think one that in terms of just quality and longevity and future, I think that structure just gets her a little further. Young man's heifer here coming next in third, one that's presented incredibly well. I think, like I said, this is a power heifer, one that's tremendously big topped and big hipped, and she's thicker than our heifer that's in second. A heifer that's really good when we get her on the stand in terms of her profile. Maybe not quite as neat and attractive up through her front end as the two heifers that lead out in front of her, but I think one that in terms of that mass and body, she can stand to have a little bit more front end there just because there's so much to her. But where she falls into third for me today here, I think that one could just get out and go with a little more reach and flexibility off of her front end. She wants to toe out up there on her front 2 feet, and that's just where getting awful picky of a nice heifer there. Young lady's heifer here coming next, another one that's attractive in terms of her design. She's really good in terms of her lines. I'd just like to see that one with a little more reach and a little more flexibility, a little more bone when we set her in motion. Our January heifer here rounding out the class, another one that's really good in her lines and attractive as well. Like to set that one back in the slope to her shoulder and her knee as well to get her any higher today.
And placings in Class 3 of your Maine Andrews Spring Heifer Calf class are as followed. First place goes to entry number 19, JBT Daddy's Princess 100K, exhibited by Aubrey Neal from Osgood, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 24, JRIP BKEC Love Affair 219K, exhibited by Carly Orsme from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Petersburg, Pennsylvania. Third place goes to entry number 25, exhibited by Braxton Rebel from Franklin, Indiana. Fourth place in that class goes to entry number 21, exhibited by Conley Klein from Ripley, Ohio. Fifth place in that class goes to entry number 26, exhibited by Abigail Sharp from Alexandria, Ohio. And entry number 23 is a scratch. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in your Maine Andrews show ring is the selection of your champion junior heifer calf. Entries 57, 14, and 19 are competing for your champion junior heifer calf champion in your Maine Andrews show.
As we get into our first division of Maine heifers, and I think tremendous quality from end to end, and we got a wide variation of age from May to February here, and as we get out here in this division lineup, and hopefully set the tone for what we're here to see today. I think tremendous in terms of quality as we get our class winners and seconds back out here in those classes. We're really deep in terms of quality as well, and hopefully as we go through you can see the kind that I like. And I think as we get this first division out here, I think that it kind of sets the tone in terms of cattle that I prefer in terms of soundness and look and presence, and as we discuss these going through our classes here, I think these calves are really good representatives here of this division. I think they're youthful and they're attractive and they got some longevity, and they're where they should be in terms of age of maturity right now, and that youthfulness ought to be good as far as making big breds on down the road, and I think that's important when we evaluate these calves as well. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. I'll go show you the two that I like. Outstanding first division here. I'll go show you the two out of this division for me today.
And your champion junior heifer calf goes to entry number 14, JBT Daddy's Girl 50K, exhibited by Callie Baldwin from Winchester, Indiana. Congratulations. Coming out of reserve will be entry number 8.
We get into these March heifer calves, 5 really good kind of females in this particular class. I mean, these are excellent quality from top to bottom. Now you get on the top end of this thing, there's sure some gives and takes on this pair of heifers as far as how you like them. I ended up going to this young man's heifer. To me, she is just more genuine in her overall build. A heifer that you really like from an overall completeness standpoint, a little more moderate in her frame size, but a heifer that balances up extremely good from front to rear. A heifer calf that you like the amount of bone that's underneath that one, and everything above that complements that bone. She's got enough muscle, she has enough body and dimension, and yet she still has enough angularity up through that front end. Just a really nice place to start in this class. Now the one that you gravitate to, or I did when the class first started, was this heifer that ends up second, but you really get to looking at that one. She doesn't balance up quite as nice as what we've got in our class winner. She wants to tuck up a little bit more in her rear flank. She's a little bit deeper in her chest. You just like to tuck that up in that one as well. But a heifer that you really like from an overall extension standpoint, you like the condition that one's in, up high in her body. To me, she's just like to put a little more balance in that one to get her above that one that wins the class. Now this heifer coming here in third is just tremendous from her shoulders back. I mean, you really like the overall completeness of that one, how she is put together. She can get out and move. She has enough bone. She's got enough muscle. I just like to change her in her front end just a little bit. She wants to open up in her shoulder a little more than I prefer. Extend that one out in her neck and the way she comes out of her shoulder to get her any higher in this class. But a really nice kind of female that ends up going third. And then the heifer that no doubt has the most muscle in the class, really has a tremendous amount of natural thickness and shape in her top and down into her quarters. This one coming here in fourth, but with that she gets a little bit rounder looking in her shoulder and her hip. You just like to smooth this one up a little bit, but as far as overall power, just tremendous in that regard on this one. And then the young lady's red heifer, just a really nice kind of heifer, one that just doesn't blow you away, but there's really nothing wrong with that one either. I mean, it's just a really nice kind of female, just a little bit plainer in her overall build. Young lady does a really excellent job getting her shown out here. My compliments to her. Just an excellent class from top to bottom. Give them a nice hand if you would, please.
And placings for Class 4 over in your key female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 21, JSUL Who's Speckles 2241K, exhibited by Lane Hull. And in second place goes to entry number 19, TSSC DSCF Playing Games, exhibited by Gabrielle Cragen. And in third place goes to entry number 18, exhibited by Connor London. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 20, exhibited by Logan Boycott. And fifth place goes to entry number 17, exhibited by Bradley Sherman. Congratulations to those individuals. Now entering the ring will be Class 5 of your key heifer show. Birthdays range from March 1st through March 12th.
Well, here on our main side, an automatic division here in our senior calves, and I think two really high quality heifers as well as we get them back out here, and we'll just discuss the differences really quick here. The heifer here that is in the front here, one that in terms of overall style and balance, you really like an awful lot of things about. She's super attractive up through that front end. She's got some muscle shape and dimension and some body when you get off to her side, and really in terms of attractiveness and overall just presence, you like an awful lot of things about. I like the way that this heifer is really more relaxed here in terms of when we get her set in motion. She wants to drop down there behind her shoulders and just have a little bit more correct, a slope to her shoulder, and contributes to just a little softer look when she's viewed in motion. Now the heifer here, and the second heifer, I think one that in terms of power and balance, and you like an awful lot of things about as well. One that when we get her here on the stand, she's attractive in terms of her view and really good in terms of her lines. She's got an attractive set to that hind leg. But where she falls for favor for me is when we set her into motion and she wants to be a little more straighter and upright in that shoulder. She wants to lift there in her top and not keep it near as relaxed. But I think one in terms of balance and power, you like an awful lot of things about too. We're going to leave them like they stand for this division. Young lady, you'll be champion. Young man, you'll be reserved. Congratulations.
And first place in Class 4 of your Maine Andrews show, it goes to entry number 29, CMCC Jumpstart 1015J, exhibited by Michaela Genson from Hempton, Illinois. And in second place goes to entry number 53, BK Just a Breeze 1001J, exhibited by Devin Morton from Stratford, Oklahoma. Congratulations. Those will also be automatic champion senior heifer calf and automatic reserve champion senior heifer calf. Now entering the ring in your Maine Andrews show, early summer yearling heifers is Class 5. Heifers range from May 1st through June 30th. We do want to make a reminder that we are being broadcast live on Showbarn Flicks. So if anybody back home is not able to be here today, please let them know that they can log on to their website or on their Facebook page and watch Showbarn Flicks to view all the live shows today.
As we get into this last class in this division, a real logical way this one comes together for me, a young man's heifer to lead off this class just simply overpowers this class when you're talking about a lot of different things on this one, is muscle and bone and body, and then giving you a good enough look from the side and getting out and be able to walk with a lot of flexibility. This heifer gravitates to the top of this class pretty easily for me. And this heifer coming here in second is really a nice kind of female as well. I mean, there's no doubt this one's probably a little bit greener condition-wise. A female that really gives you a good look from the side, a big future in front of this one. But in this particular class, there isn't just quite enough heifer there when you're looking at the one in front of her as far as muscle shape and design. She doesn't carry her top quite as good. She wants to roll up in it just a little bit right there behind her shoulders as you watch that one move, but a really nice, like I said, an excellent kind of female that ends up going second. Young lady's heifer coming here in third, just a little bit plainer looking kind of female, especially up through her front end. You'd want to tuck her chest up in her just a little bit for me. She's getting a little more condition down there, probably a heavier condition female of anything in this particular class. And with that, she gets a little bit staler looking out here, if you would, compared to those two that walk out ahead of her, but really sound, really flexible kind of female when you get that one in motion. Then we've got a heifer coming here in fourth, just a little bit rounder made kind of female. She's doesn't have quite the extension in the front 1/3 of her body. Just see a little more angularity in that regard on that particular female. And then young man's heifer that follows in behind her, just a little bit plainer looking kind of heifer as well. Just not quite enough muscle and shape and overall look to that one to get her any higher in this particular class, but a real brood cow look to her as he exits the ring there. Excellent female to start out this particular class. Give him a nice hand if you would, please.
And placings in Class 5 of your key heifer show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 26, JSUL TSSC, Who's Primo 2122K, exhibited by Harrison Stouffer. And second place goes to entry number 23, GNG 2R Stacy's 34K, exhibited by Landon Rowland. And third place goes to entry number 25, exhibited by Etta Claire Evans. Fourth place goes to entry number 28, exhibited by Micaiah Schrober. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 27, exhibited by Keaton Travis. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now making her way into the ring will be the selection of your champion late junior heifer calf in your key show.
Our main side here as we start getting into these big breds and in these intermediates in Mays and Junes, I think a tremendous amount of quality. And if you're going to bring heifers out at this stage of the game, I'm certainly all these exhibitors want to make sure they bring high quality ones. And I think this is another example in this class from end to end. I think these are all an outstanding representation. And I think one that comes to the top, though, fairly easily for me in terms of just overall quality and style and balance. And this is the kind of female that I like in terms of completeness and still has that show ring look. She's excellent in terms of her structure, still has enough power, and still looks like a lady. I think that one, just in terms of overall presence that she has in the ring, I think just outstanding. The heifer here that I chose to use in second, I think follows her most in terms of type and kind. She's really good in terms of her overall balance. She's really good in terms of depth of body and smoothness as well, and structure when we get in motion. Maybe not quite as overwhelming as our class winner, but I think one in terms of overall cow power and quality there, really fits in that second spot. Now the heifer that's different in terms of type and kind is the heifer here in third, and I appreciate the overall power that this one has and still maintains that flexibility and looseness of structure where she goes, and I think that's where she has an advantage over the heifer that's in fourth. She's better built in the way she reaches out of that shoulder. She's really good and flexible in her top. She's big hipped and tremendous in terms of her bone and muscle shape as well. Like to maybe neaten that one up there through that navel and maybe just deepen her down and smoothen that underline up just a little bit, and then she becomes a factor here a little bit more for that second spot, I think, today. I think one that's tremendous in terms of power and structure as well. Really smooth heifer here that comes next in fourth, and another one, like I said, tremendous in terms of quality. I think one that's good in her lines and good in the depth of her body. As we made that second lap here and get her on the go, and when we were walking these, I think she's a little straighter and more upright in the slope to her shoulder. Maybe doesn't relax that top quite as well and when set in motion as the heifer does ahead of her, but I think one that you love in terms of her overall design as well. Much like the young man's heifer here coming out, the white-socked heifer here that rounds out the class gets in a really tough class, as this heifer's got a lot of quality as well. Really good in her lines, really good in her bone and muscle shape as well. She's a little more upright in that shoulder and doesn't get out and go quite as well off that front end, but I think one that's a tremendous breeding piece as well for that young man.
And placings for Class 5 in your Maine Andrews show are as followed. First place and automatic champion summer yearling heifer goes to entry number 39, BBR 47J, exhibited by Keaton Arthur from Stillwater, Oklahoma. And second place in Class 5 and reserve champion summer yearling heifer goes to entry number 38, BBR Junebug 125J, exhibited by Wyatt Ducklin from Wayne, Nebraska. Third place in that class goes to entry number 36, exhibited by Jamie Holben from York, Nebraska. Fourth place goes to entry number 37, exhibited by Ann Kelly from Como, Indiana. Fifth place in that class goes to entry number 35, exhibited by Gavin Puckett from Hillsboro, Ohio. Congratulations. Now entering the ring in your Maine Andrews show is Class 6. These heifers' date of birth range from April 1st through April 30th. Again, now in the ring is Class 6.
Boy, this is a tremendous division. I can stand out here quite a while looking at these things just because all of them have something a little bit different to offer. And, you know, when you get to thinking about how, when you're comparing them, what you actually prefer over the something versus the other thing, and you know, and it really gets to working on your mind as far as what you actually prefer when you really get to looking at these and comparing them, and what you would rather end up with or how you perceive these things later down the road. And you know, I don't have a crystal ball, so I don't know just exactly which one's going to end up being the best in the end, but these are really excellent kind of females. Even these second place heifers, just tremendous in this second division of this Key show is just so impressive to me. I'm not going to describe these things again. I'll go show you which ones I like, and there's no doubt that you have a different choice or would have a different choice in this division because there are some really good kind of females in this particular division. My compliments to these exhibitors and breeders. Give them a nice hand. I'll go show you which ones I like.
And your champion late junior heifer calf champion goes to entry number 26, JSUL TSS Who's Primo 2122K, exhibited by Harrison Stouffer. Congratulations. And your reserve champion goes to entry number 7, Sound Unleashed Sultry, exhibited by Cameron Hardy. Congratulations. We are now ready for Class 6 in your Key Heifer show. These heifers calved from February 26th through February 1st. We do want to remind you all that there are no aerosol cans in Broadbent Arena. Again, there are no aerosol cans in Broadbent Arena.
This is a lot of fun, and you get into these big heifers and you got this amount of quality and this amount of, you know, competition in the way these cattle are presented from end to end, and you get in these big heifer classes. I think that it's a lot of fun, and I think that there's a lot of discussion that can be had as we get into these classes that got this kind of quality. And I think as we get this top end up here is excellent representation. I think the heifer to start with in terms of, and as I said in the babies this morning, you know, structure is of the utmost importance to me. And I think that this heifer, in terms of the overall flexibility and reach that she has, the way she ties through her shoulder and the way she handles her hip and hind leg, she comes out of the top side of that shoulder and into her neck really well. Is super attractive. Got a tremendous, really good in terms of her muscle shape and pattern. She's big hipped and got some quarter there. And I think that's where she has an advantage over our heifer in second. The heifer in second, I love in terms of her overall design when she's on the stand. A heifer that's super smooth, super attractive, really good in terms of her lines. When we set her in motion, she opens up just a little bit more over the top of her shoulder, doesn't blend quite as smoothly in there through her as our class winner. Maybe doesn't have the overall hip and lower quarter of our heifer that wins the class. But I think when we get her stopped like that, certainly one that's tremendous in terms of her overall design. Just like to make that one just a little tidier and a little neater when we get her set in motion there through that shoulder as compared to our class winner. Really, really like this heifer that's coming in third, this young man. This is a cow. I think this one, just in terms of her overall functional build, her depth of body, her smoothness of build, her structure, and her design, I think this one's going to go on and race something really good. And she's moderate in terms of her overall design. One that I like that depth of body and that design that she has as well. Just maybe not as much punch and overwhelming, you know, features as some of the heifers ahead of her, but I think that one that's going to be a heck of a cow for this young man and really good and functional in her overall build. Young man's heifer here coming next in fourth, another one that's really good in terms of her overall design. I like this one's attractiveness up through that front end. She's really good in her lines, really big hipped and covers down to that quarter. I love the bone that she has, and she's really big bone. When we set her in motion, she's more upright, and her shoulder wants to get up in her top. If we could fix that, she really becomes a contender here as well. Really complete female here that comes next. Another one that when we set in motion, I think is really good and flexible in the way she's made. Just one I'd like to neaten her up through that front end and her chest. She's maybe pushing a little condition there back through her flank here today. A heifer, though, that I think is functional and cowy in her own right. Really big outline heifer here with a tremendous amount of power and volume that she has. Really big hip, really big bone. Like to neaten that one up there in her underline, maybe give her just a little softer look as compared to the heifers here that are ahead of her. It's much to be said for the heifer that rounds out the class. Really big topped and good in her lines as well. Like to neaten that one up in her underline, maybe soften her up, just make her a little longer strided to get any higher today. Really nice set of heifers from end to end. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
And placings for Class 6 Maine Andrew show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 47, PDDD Miss Fame 507, exhibited by Peyton Farmer from Brownstown, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 46, Miss Data Bank, exhibited by Lauren Pettigord from Franklin, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 44, exhibited by Colin Frederick from Napoleon, Ohio. And fourth place goes to entry number 40, exhibited by Tanner Curtin from Oxford, Iowa. Fifth place goes to entry number 42, exhibited by Tyler Miller from Armageddon, Illinois. Sixth place goes to entry number 45, exhibited by Colin Frederick from Napoleon, Ohio. And seventh place goes to entry number 43, exhibited by Raymond Beckner from Hilton, Ohio. Now in the ring is Class 7 of your Maine Andrew Early Spring Yearling Heifer class. These heifers range from March 1st through March 31st.
Boy, this is a tremendous set of these February heifers. And sure, we got some different kinds and shapes out here. But at the end, when we get to the end here, I think we got a pair of heifers that fit together extremely good. Young man's heifer, to me, is just a little bit better as far as her natural thickness, natural shape in one. A heifer that just so good up through the front 1/3 of her body. He gets her parked out here. She just gives you one incredible look. and yet still has enough look to her as far as future look to her that there's no doubt this one's going to have a big future in front of her. Just a tremendous kind of female. And this heifer that ends up being second, to me, she just isn't tucked up quite as nice in her chest, but a very good kind of female as far as her overall build. Extremely long-fronted kind of heifer, long spine, long hipped, just an excellent female. Probably doesn't tie in quite as nice right there to her forerib and to her shoulder as our class winner, but there's another one that she continues to develop, is just going to be a tremendous heifer for that young lady on down the road. We get this heifer that ends up being third, one you gravitate to for a brood cow. I mean, you're just talking about the build of one, how unique she is as far as being balanced up, extremely good in her overall body and springer rib and dimension. The problem I have with her, or by comparison, she just isn't as good up through the front 1/3 of her body as far as heifers on either side of her, but you cannot deny how well put together this one is for a brood cow and her overall build in that regard. Just tremendous kind of heifer from, like I said, from a brood cow standpoint. And we get a little bit bigger outline heifer coming here in fourth, one that is more like our two that start the class, but until you get to her front end. A heifer that just isn't as extended in their front end. She's a little bit thicker and deeper in her neck, but a very good kind of female as far as her overall body length, her overall soundness and structure. When you get that one in motion, just a really good kind of individual in that regard. Then we get a little bit different kind of heifer coming here in fifth, one that you like as far as her overall shape in the top side of her skeleton, tremendous in her natural thickness and quarter, the shape that she has in that regard. She just gets a little bit tubular looking out here, not quite the brood cow look to that one, but a really good kind of female as far as her natural build and her natural thickness. Then we get a little bit different kind. Again, here's another one that you just like to power this one up. Gives you a really nice look from the side, real good body dimension to this one, really good up through the front 1/3 of her body, just not quite enough muscle shape in this one to get her higher in the class. And the young lady's female that comes in behind this one, a female that's really good in the center part of her body, really deep in her, from her foreflank to her rear, excellent in that regard. But a heifer that we get that one in motion, she wants to drop her pins. She isn't built quite as correctly, or doesn't have quite the balance to her as what we've got in some of the cattle that walked out ahead of her. But a real, like I said, a real brood cow look to that one. Give them a nice hand if you would in this February class.
And placings for Class 6 of your key show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 29, JSUL TSSC Huda Girl 21111K, exhibited by Brexton Gabriel. Second place goes to entry number 39, Ferrara, exhibited by Kaylee Barker. Third place goes to entry number 36, exhibited by Kaylee Jennings. Fourth place goes to entry number 34, exhibited by McKenna Hoppe. Fifth place in that class goes entry number 35, exhibited by Carter Wetley. And in sixth place in that class goes entry number 30, exhibited by Robert Strickland. Seventh place in that class goes entry number 32, exhibited by Eden Weiner. Congratulations to those individuals. Now entering the ring over in your key show are Class 7. These heifers range from January 29th through January 11th.
really a challenging class as we get these three out here, and I think certainly some give and take, and I think if you guys wanted to change things around, I wouldn't argue with you, but you could sit and discuss what you can do in this class, I think, all day, and there's some give and take in my mind. But I think, you know, where I certainly land in my placing, I think this young man's heifer of the three here, she's the cow today. I think one that's tremendously functional in terms of her build. She's the best in terms of her structure today and body and volume that she has, and still maintains that look and some balance and a broody kind of feature. Nothing overwhelming in any one way, and I think that that's okay in terms of as a cow build, but I think one that just checks a lot of boxes in terms of completeness. I love this heifer in second here in terms of power and balance and look that she has. A heifer that's really striking in terms of her overall muscle pattern and design that she has. A heifer that's got some shape there through her hip and lower quarter. Really good in terms of her lines and her bone. Where she gets to where she falls into second for me today, and I think she's an easy class winner if she gets out and goes off that front end a little better. She wants to be a little more straight and restricted, and her being amped up here a little bit, making some laps, I think didn't help showcase that any. I think she wants to get just a little more upright. I love her in terms of her design. I just like to see her get out and go with a little more reach and flexibility off that front end here today. Heifer here in third is the heifer I think maybe in a month comes back and proves me wrong on this placing. I think one that in terms of structure is really good and design as well. She's a little amped up here as well and doesn't maybe show off as soft as she needs to today. She wants to maybe tuck her belly a little bit as she gets out and goes and maybe doesn't possess that overall soft look of the heifers ahead of her. But I think one, in terms of build and structure and look, just not as much of her here today, and I think maybe in a month or so, that heifer becomes a real contender in this class and probably flip-flops it here just in terms of overall look. But really nice heifers there. Congratulations to those three exhibitors.
We'll get into these January key heifers, pretty straightforward class out here in front of us right now. A young lady's heifer to win just simply overpowers the other three in this particular class. And you look at this one from a lot of different angles, amount of muscle she has, body, very, very good as far as the way that one can move and get out and flex. Just a really good place to start in this particular class. Young man's heifer ends up second. Just tremendous as far as the look that she gives you from a profile standpoint. Is really straight line kind of female, a really long, extended in her overall skeleton. Heifer that just gets a little bit tubular looking, or like to see just a little more depth of body in this particular heifer as compared to heifers on either side of her. But I think there's no doubt she lands here in second just for her overall extension and length of body. Heifer ends up third, just a little more conventional looking. A female more modern in her frame size, and with that, there's just not quite enough heifer there when you're talking about overall performance to the two that walk out ahead of her, but a real brood cow look to her. You like the extension up through that front end, real big body kind of heifer, just like to see a little bit more of her. Then the young lady's heifer that follows in behind her, a real fresh looking kind of female, green condition wise out here, just not enough muscle and natural thickness in that one to get her any higher in this particular class, but a real good look to that one from a profile standpoint.
And placings over in your key show on Class 7 are as followed. First place goes entry number 44, JSUL TSS Miss Kimmy K, 2127K, exhibited by Catherine Lehman. Second place in that class goes entry number 41, CFBC Miss Iris ET, exhibited by Carter Whitley. And third place in that class goes entry number 40, exhibited by Morgan Destra. Fourth place goes entry number 43, exhibited by Rory Forrids. Now entering the ring will be the selection of your champion early junior heifer calf of your key show. Competing in that division is entry number 29 and 44. And placings in Class 7 over in your man Andrew's side, early spring yearling heifers. First place in Class 7 goes entry number 50. VYVYAN Money in the Bank 13, exhibited by TJ Goki from State Center, Iowa. Second place goes entry number 52, Miss Ariel, exhibited by NAILE Geyer from Robertson, Illinois. Third place goes entry number 49, JABR Jinx 169X, exhibited by Jackson Rippin from Mount Airy, Maryland. Congratulations to those individuals. Now in the ring over your Maine Andrews side is Class 8. These heifers range from January 1st through February 28th, 2021.
Really a nice pair of February heifers here as we bring these around, and two young men out here doing an awesome job. And this young man here to start the class, the black and white heifer, I think just in terms of overall function and in soundness and like we've talked throughout the day, that structural integrity and that balance and that look that she possesses, I think comes to the top for me. I like the way she is in her rib shape through that lower 1/3 and carries that back into her flank. Heifer, when we set her in motion, gets out and goes and maintains that balance as well. She's moderate in terms of her size right now, but that doesn't bother me at all. I think a heifer that just in terms of quality and structure, she's going to be a really good breeding piece for this young man on down the road. The young man here coming in second does an outstanding job of getting this one shown. Really a big outline heifer that's got a lot of quality as well. Really good in terms of her lines and that length of spine that she has. Good in terms of her structure when she gets out and goes. Just like to see her a little softer there through the center portion of her body and just carry that smoothness back into her flank as compared to the heifer ahead of her today. But I think a really nice pair of Februarys there. Give those both of those young men a round of applause. Congratulations.
We're going to pick this third division here in the Key Show, and we don't have quite the numbers as what we've had in the last division, but boy, she haven't backed off on quality. And there's some differences between these two class winners and even those seconds, but there's one thing is still constant. They're still good cattle. I mean, it's just kind of where you put your priorities or how you like to perceive cattle. But I mean, there's no doubt we've seen some excellent females in this particular division. Give them a nice round of applause, these exhibitors and breeders, and I'll go show you which way I like them.
And in placings in Class 8 over your Maine Andrews show, first place goes to entry number 54, TREB Miss Jasper 7130J, exhibited by Weston Gurr from Shiloh, Ohio. Second place goes to entry number 55, TTTS Miss CC 31J ET, exhibited by Kobe Ishmael from Boswell, Indiana. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be the selection of your champion junior yearling heifer in your Maine Andrews show. We should have entries 47, 50, and 54 all competing for your champion junior yearling heifer. And over in your Key show, your champion early junior heifer calf goes to entry number 44, JSUL TSSC Miss Kimmy K 2127, exhibited by Kathy Lehman. Congratulations. And your reserve champion early junior heifer calf goes to entry number 29, JSUL TSSC Huda Girl 2111K, exhibited by Brexton Gabriel. Congratulations to those. Now entering the ring will be Class 8. These heifers range from September 11th through September 10th.
Here as we get into our junior division, thoroughly been impressed as we've gone through these classes and bringing these big heifers back. I know what a chore that can be, and they're not as easy as the babies. And to have these classes as deep as they are and the quality from end to end that a lot of these classes had is thoroughly impressive. And so I think you as breeders and exhibitors and families should be commended on that. And with that being said, like I said earlier, I hope that as we go along here, you can follow the type and kind of cattle that I like, and have that ring presence and that show ring look, and still maintain that structural integrity. And I'm not a power guy, but I like them to have some muscle and some shape as well, but still look like females. And so, with that being said, I want to congratulate each and every one of you exhibitors. Like I said, this division has been tough, and it's been a lot of fun to sit out here and evaluate them and go through and discuss the differences in them. So congratulations to each and every one of you. I'll go out and show you the two I like in this division today. Congratulations.
And your champion junior yearling heifer of your Maine Andrews show goes to entry number 47, PDD Miss Fame 507, exhibited by Peyton Farmer from Brownstown, Indiana. Congratulations. Coming in the ring now will be entry 46. And your reserve champion junior yearling heifer comes out of Class 6, entry number 46, Miss Data Bank, exhibited by Lauren Petticord from Franklin, Indiana. Congratulations to those individuals.
We get into these fall key heifers out here. Just got a pair of them in this class in the division as well. Two really nice kind of females out here, a little bit different in the way they come to us. So I end up using a real smooth pattern kind of female to win this division. She's a little bit flatter in her shoulder. She blends in a little nicer right there at her forerib and shoulder, tucked up a little bit better right there in her chest floor, but a really good kind of female that ends up winning this division. And not try to take anything away from this heifer that ends up reserved, because she's a real brood cow look to her. I mean, real soft-made kind of heifer, really easy doing, but she kind of put some of that condition in the wrong places into her chest and wants to open up a little bit more in her shoulder as you view that female. Not quite as good, and the way that lays in is what we've got in our division champion, but a really excellent, sound individual that ends up being reserved. My congratulations to both of these exhibitors. Give them a nice hand if you would, please.
And first place, an automatic champion senior heifer calf in your key show goes to entry number 48, Espresso, exhibited by Natalie Darwester. Reserve senior heifer calf and second in Class 8 goes to entry number 47, T-Dog Smooth Moves 101J, exhibited by Alani Mary Boax. Congratulations. Now entering the ring over in your main show, now entering the ring in your key show is Class 9. These heifers range from May 10th through May 30th, 2021. We are selecting your grand champion Maine Andrew heifer over in your Maine Andrew side. Out of Division 1, we should have entry number 14, and coming in reserve Division 1 should be entry 57. Champion Division 2 will be entry number 29, and your reserve champion is 53. Division 3 it should be entry number 39, and your reserve division is 38. Out of Division 4, we have entry number 47, and your reserve is 46, all competing for your champion, Maine Andrew Heifer. I would like to take this time to introduce your Maine Andrew judge again, Mr. Andrew Foster from Niles, Michigan. He, along with his family, own and operate Seldom Rest Farms, where they specialize in marketing Angus show heifers. Andrew is a 2010 graduate of Oklahoma State, and he and his wife, Emily, have 2 daughters, Everly and Emerson. Could you please join me in giving Mr. Andrew Foster another round of applause for coming out and evaluating our cattle?
Well, thank you here. And as we get into our high Maine champion here, and I know we've got more to go with the Maine Angus and the maintainers today, but I've thoroughly enjoyed this from the start to the end, and I've been impressed with the quality of cattle that have come through the ring, and certainly even more the quality of the kids. And I think that that you as a breed and as an association and families and fitters and breeders should be very proud of that. Like I said, I was I knew there'd be some good cattle, and I knew that the top end would be really good, but I was thoroughly impressed with the middle ground and just how deep the set of cattle went. And so I think that certainly speaks volumes to what you're doing as a breed and as these high mains, and where they go on and be be donors and for these young kids to build programs on. And I think as we get out here, I think that they're an excellent an outstanding representation. And so, with that being said, as we go through and we get our champions and our division champions and reserves out here, hopefully you can see the kind that I like. And I think I like a certain kind of cattle, and ones that are attractive and sound and functional and look like females. And I thought these cattle would look similar when they got out here, but I'm really impressed as the way they go together here. And I hope that our calves at some point look like our big heifers and our breds on down the line and in the future, and certainly can be competitive, throughout the next year. So with that being said, congratulations to all these exhibitors, everybody that's out here, and everybody back in the barn. I've really enjoyed the show here in our high Maine division. Excellent representation. Give these exhibitors a round of applause. I'll go show you the ones I like today.
And your champion, Maine Andrews heifer, goes to entry number 39, BBR JRA 47J ET, exhibited by Kitten Arthur from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Congratulations. Taking his place will be entry number 38.
Well, we get into these May key heifers over here, a pair of really nice kind of females up on the front end of this class, very similar in their type and kind. Young lady's heifer to win, just a little bit better in her chest. A heifer that you like as far as the overall look of that one, really good at the ground as you watch her travel around the ring. But to me, she's a little more angular and feminine in the front 1/3 of her body than what we've got in young ladies, and then ends up coming second. Same amount of, or basically the same build females, and this young lady's coming here in second. Just like to change that one down in her chest. She wants to roll up just a little bit right there behind her shoulders when she gets her in motion, but a very broody, very functional kind of female that ends up going second in this particular class. Then young man's heifer going here in third. You really like the shape of this one, very genuine in her overall makeup. But a female, to me, you just like to soften that one up right there in the center part of her body and that back into her rear flank. But a heifer that's got a lot of reach, a lot of flexibility as you get that one in motion. Young lady's heifer coming here in fourth. You sure like this one from her overall stoutness, but with that, she gets a little bit shorter and thicker in the front 1/3 of her body. She doesn't move quite as nice as I prefer. She wants to narrow up just a little bit as you watch her go away from you. You'd like to see just a little more reach in that one as you watch that one travel around the ring. And then you have black and white one that ends up being 5th. A female that has a real brood cow look to her, but with that, she isn't as good out through her hip. She wants to duck her pins when you get that one in motion. Not quite the bone work underneath her as what we've got in some of the other cattle in this class, but a really extended, nicely conditioned one that ends up closing this particular class. Give them a nice hand if you would, please.
And congratulations to your reserve grand champion, Maine Andrew Heifer, going to entry number 47, PDD Miss Fame 507, exhibited by Peyton Farmer from Brownstown, Indiana. Congratulations to those Maine Andrew exhibitors. Results in Class 9 of your key heifers are as follows. First place goes to entry number 50, Law QB, exhibited by Lauren Warnock. Second place goes to entry number 49, BRKR Susie 19J, exhibited by Laramie Barker. Third place goes to entry number 51, exhibited by Colton Wynn. Fourth place goes to entry number 52, Addison Gittner. And in fifth place goes entry number 53, exhibited by Allison Hare. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 10 of your key heifers. These heifers range from May 3rd through May 8th, 2021. After we take pictures of your Maine Andrew champion in reserve, we will be moving on to Class 9 Maine Angus. Again, we will be moving on to Class 9 Maine Angus after we take pictures of the champion and reserve Maine Andrew.
We get into these older May heifers, summer yearling heifers. We'll pick a division after this class. A really nice female here that ends up winning this class. From a profile standpoint, she smokes them down. And you get this one on a parked out here. I mean, just a really good built one. The way this one's put together, really unique up in the front 1/3 of her body. Just an excellent, excellent female when you look about talking about how complete this one looks out here from a profile standpoint. A female coming here in second, probably a little squarer in the way she hits the ground when you watch that one go away from you than her class winner. But a heifer, to me, isn't built quite as nicely or as angular and feminine in the front 1/3 of her body as what we've got in our class winner. This heifer wants to roll up just a little bit in her top when you get that one in motion, but you really have to admire the amount of natural body and dimension and balance that you see in this particular female that ends up going second. Now, the greenest one probably is this one coming here in third, as far as you're talking about just being fresh looking out here for these summer yearling heifers. But with that, there isn't enough heifer there from her hip back. I mean, she isn't as square made in that regard. And you get right behind her, she just gives up too much as far as overall muscle and shape to the two that walk out of ahead of her, but a really good, fresh kind of female that ends up going third. Then we get a little heavier condition one coming here in fourth. I mean, a little more, one that's got a little more chest in her, a little more depth of chest, more condition sticking out in that regard in front of her legs. But a heifer, you really have to appreciate how brood cow looking this one is. I mean, she's tremendous in her depth of body from front to rear. Just a really good individual as far as that goes. And then the young man that closes this class, just a real straight line, level hip kind of female. Struggles just a little bit when you get her in motion. She's just not as extended in the front 1/3 of her body as what we've got in some of the heifers that walk out ahead of her. But from top to bottom, excellent set of mays. Give them a nice hand if you would.
And placings for Class 10 over in your key heifer show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 58, Dunk Lucy, 15-2J, exhibited by Riley Lamb. Second place goes to entry number 57, Stylish Betty, 9J, exhibited by Connor Unger. Third place goes to entry number 54, exhibited by Emily Jones. And fourth place goes to entry number 56, exhibited by Kay Batner. Fifth place in that class goes to entry number 55, exhibited by Weston Hodensfeld. Now entering the ring over in your key side will be the selection of your champion summer yearling heifer. Competing in this division is entry number 50, exhibited by Lauren Warnock, and entry number 58, exhibited by Riley Lanham. We are now ready for Class 9 over in your May Angus show. These heifers range from April 1st through June 1st. Again, we are ready for Class 9 over in your Maine Angus Spring Heifer class.
We're going to pick this summer division here in the Key Show and a little more straightforward in this throughout this whole division. The classes were a little bit more logically how they went together, and you get this division out here talking about what heifer puts the most of the best together, completeness, structure, stoutness, and the way one can move. This young lady right here that won this younger class, she's going to have your division champion. Young lady that won the next class will be your reserve. Congratulations. Give them a nice hand.
And your champion summer yearling heifer goes to entry number 50, Law QB, exhibited by Laundry Warnock. Congratulations. And your reserve champion summer yearling heifer goes to entry number 58, Dunk Lucy 152J, exhibited by Riley Lurum. Congratulations. We are now ready for Class 11 key heifers. These heifers range from April 14th through April 4th.
Here to start our Maine Angus division. I think a really nice class of Aprils and a June heifer calf out here, and I think tremendous amount of future. I've been excited about seeing these Maine Angus females and stuff, and because I think we're getting ready to, we'll have our first here in our program. We're going to raise a few of these and have some here on the ground this coming spring, and so I've been excited to see these, and it's exciting to get these ones in the ring. And I think as we start out here, the young ladies heifer, in terms of completeness and structure and design, rises to the top really easily for me. Tremendous in terms of body and volume, and then when we set her in motion, really sound and functional and correct the way she gets out and goes on the ground. Young ladies heifer here coming next, and second I'd love in terms of her overall style and presence that she has, super attractive and really good in her lines, really good when we set her in motion as well. Maybe not the overall depth of body at this stage of the game as the heifer that starts the class, but I think one that certainly in terms of future in that design and correctness that she has in all those other places, I think she's certainly going to be competitive on down the road. Young ladies heifer here coming next. I think one in terms of broodiness and power and volume you really like an awful lot of things about. She's really bold sprung, got a tremendous amount of depth, and that carries that back through her flank. A heifer that's got some substance and some muscle there through her hip and down through her lower quarter. Just like to strengthen this one up the way she wants to handle those hind legs today. Maybe one that's not quite as neat and attractive up through that front end as the heifers ahead of her. The June heifer here rounding out the class. I think one that certainly can stand some competition. There's some good things about this one. She's certainly good in terms of her length and attractiveness. Really good up through that front end. I like the body and the volume that this heifer has, and when she gets on the stand, she gives you a good profile. She's maybe a little full today and maybe just acting up a little bit. She doesn't want to really cooperate, and when she gets set in motion, she wants to get up in that top quite a little bit. I think when she relaxes and settles down and has a better day, I think that one becomes a whole nother factor on down the road.
What a tremendous trio of heifers we've got in this class and division out here in the Keys show. Especially these two. They're really close, a little bit different in the way these two come to us. To me, the the black and white winner, the division champion, is just a little fresher looking condition-wise, especially up high in her body. When you really get up on top of that one, how that one is condition-wise, a female that's just so fresh out here. It looks like she's going to just be a tremendous brood cow when it gets to that point. Just super extended up through the front 1/3 of her body. Very loose in the way that one can go, and loose is a good thing. The way this one can move, everything stays where it's supposed to. It just a tremendous way that one can get out and go, and the way her body stays together. And that's where I have a problem with this one coming in second. She is so powerful, so stout, probably in a little more than what our class winner is, but with that, she gets a little tighter in the way that one goes. I mean, she just doesn't have that flexibility as what we've got in our class winner, but tremendous as far as a profile standpoint. That young lady gets her parked out here, just gives you a really good look from overall build standpoint. And then the young man's heifer that comes here in third, just not quite enough heifer here. Real straight line, level hip kind of female. Done a really nice job getting this one ready. Just not enough body, not enough overall dimension to this particular female to get her any higher in this particular class, but done a really nice job getting her shown. Give them a nice hand, if you would, in this particular division.
And in first place in Class 11, an automatic champion late spring yearling heifer goes to entry number 62, MPJWC Fetty's Finest, 146J, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan. Second place and reserve late spring yearling heifer goes to entry number 60, DSSF Candy Cane, 106J, exhibited by Emma Yochman. And in third place in that class goes to entry number 64, BMW Candy ET, exhibited by Caleb Bame. Now entering the ring over in your key heifer show is Class 12. These heifers range from March 24th through March 1st. And results in Class 9 over in your Maine Angus Spring Heifer Calf class are as follow. First place is entry number 3, JFW Lucy K80 ET, exhibited by Hannah French from Wakeman, Ohio. Second place goes to entry number 4, CLA Kissin' Money 208K, exhibited by Ferrari Hindenburg from Vignes, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 5, exhibited by Brayley Sherman from Howe, Indiana. Fourth place in that class goes to entry number 1, exhibited by Aaron Kavanaugh from Memphis, Michigan. Now in the ring over in your Maine Angus side is Class 10. These heifers range from March 1st through March 31st. Again, now in the ring is Class 10.
Here in our March heifer class, really an outstanding female as we bring her around here to start out with. I think in terms of overall completeness and structural correctness, I think one that starts there at the ground, and then when we evaluate her in terms of that feminine look and that balance that she has here in the ring, I think one that can certainly stand an awful lot of competition, and one that in terms of structure and overall completeness and look that you like an awful lot of things about. I think the heifer here that follows her in second does so in terms of type and kind and body and mass. and the way this heifer is in terms of the overall shape and rib dimension that she has. Still balancing up. She's a little plainer up through that front end, but with that amount of mass and body and volume, she can stand to have a little bit more of that plainer look up through that front end. One that's good in terms of her feet and legs and her structure, and I like the way that she transitions there from her chest back into her forerib, and I think that's an advantage over the heifer that she has here, over the heifer here in third. I think the heifer in third, one in terms of length and femininity and the way that she has, she's good in her lines, not wanting to cooperate very well today, but I think one that in terms of overall balance has some future, just needs to come with a little more body and volume, maybe settle down and relax a little bit more in her motion here today when she gets out and goes. Three really nice heifers there. Outstanding one to start out the class.
And in first place in Class 10, Maine Angus goes to entry number 7, GFSS Sandy Cheeks, exhibited by Dallas Ritchie from Loudport, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 8, PLK Erica Blackbird 49K, exhibited by Clayton Hennett from Kenley, North Carolina. Third place goes to entry number 9, Fitz Miss Erica 204, exhibited by Michael Fitzner from Bellevue, Michigan. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring will be Class 11 Maine Angus Spring Heifer calves. These calves range from January 1st through February 28th, 2022.
really a fun class, the heifer calves to evaluate here, and certainly some give and take, and maybe not one that sometimes, you know, you get those classes, they just jump out and hit you when they hit the gate. And I don't know that there was one in here that did that, but I think at the same time, as you sit and study, I think this heifer for me has to rise to the top fairly easily in terms of structure and correctness and bone that she has. Now, she's not the deepest bodied or the softest there through that flank as some of the heifers, and that'd be in second and third. But I think certainly really good and acceptable in the fact that rib shape that she has as we project her out to be a big bred. I think she's got all the makings and that length and extension up through her front end, that neck that ties high out of her shoulder, and that balance and that look. And so when we set her in motion, like I said earlier in the Maine show, you know, structure ranks above all for me. I think when we evaluate these cattle, they got to be able to move, and she's certainly really good when she gets out and goes. Really nice, complete heifer here for this young lady that comes here in second. I think one that's complete in terms of her design and smooth the way she transitions from her shoulder back into her forerib. A heifer that's good in her lines and gives you a balanced look. Maybe not quite as big bone and correct in her hock as our class winner when we set her in motion, but I think another one that covers and gets out and goes complete in her own right and in all those aspects. I think this heifer here hit me pretty hard early when we evaluate her in class. I think in terms of body and mass and volume, I like an awful lot of those things about her. She's a little plainer because compared to those heifers that are ahead of her here today, but that doesn't bother me at all because she still balances up in terms of that front end and that body and that depth and mass that she has. Where she falls into the third spot for me today is when we set her in motion and we made that extra lap here a little bit ago. She doesn't want to get out and cover, quite fill her track when she gets set in motion. She wants to be a little bit shorter when she gets and goes, but I think that's one that's got an awful lot of good to her, a tremendous amount of breeding opportunity there for that young lady as well. Young man here coming next, and he gets in a class here where there's some give and take, and I think one that has an awful lot of good as well. You look at this heifer in terms of from a muscular standpoint, she's really wide top, she's really good in her hip, or she's really big hip, she's really good in her quarter, tremendous in terms of that set to her hind leg, and this is just one of those days, maybe not quite as much my kind as some of the ones that are ahead of you today. I think if you find one that wants them, maybe you'll take them a little bit rounder there in that shoulder and out of that hip. I think that heifer becomes a contender as well, just in terms of the mass and power that she has for that young man. Another nice heifer here rounding out the class for this young lady, really completing her look as well. She's got some depth of body. Really like this one when she's standing still and gets that good balanced look. Just like to free her up, loosen her up in her top a little bit, maybe be a little bit more, have a little bit more flexibility off both ends when she gets out and goes.
Boy, what a tremendous class of these March heifers out here, and it's a division as well. You know, there's some really cool things out here, parts and pieces to a lot of these heifers, and you really get to evaluating and comparing them. That's what's really fun to me or enjoyable when you're looking at cattle this good. I mean, because there's good heifers from top to bottom in this particular class. I ended up using the soundest heifer in the class. You put them in motion, this thing can get it now. I mean, she can really get out and go. She's got tremendous flexibility. The reach and overall structural correctness of this thing is incredible. And yet, still all that length of body, that length of front end, just unbelievable. The only thing that she gives up just a little bit to second and third is a little bit of depth of chest. And, you know, that there's some gives and takes here, because when I describe the next two, you'll understand, well, you know, you got to make a decision on what you prefer. This next heifer, this heifer coming in second, tremendous as far as her overall build, the look of that one. But when you get that one in motion, that heifer can't pick her head up. She wants to roll up in her top. A female that just doesn't move with the flexibility is what our class winner does. So, you know, do you take chest or you take flexibility and soundness? I took soundness in this particular class. Same with this one here in third. I mean, just impeccable the way this one is fitted out here. She's put together tremendous. A female that is just really good as far as when this young lady gets her parked out here. The problem I have with her is she isn't as flexible. She doesn't move with the coordination is what we've got in the two that walk out ahead of her, and her foot dimension or size or shape of her foot, you'd sure like to change. A female is just so good in her spine, her top line, level hip, just an excellent, excellent kind of female that ends up going third. Then we get a little bit looser made kind of female coming here in fourth, one that's just super long, super extended in her overall makeup, but with that, she wants to get a little more collapsed right there in her forerib, opens up a little bit more right there in her shoulder, but super long spine, super big bodied, excellent kind of female. Just like to tighten her up in the way she's put together. And we get a little bit shorter made kind of female coming out. Young lady right here in red in front of me. You like this, the overall makeup of this one. You like the design of her. Just like to extend this one from front to rear. Give her a little more overall length of spine, length of body. Then we get a real big body, real broody kind of female coming out. Right now the young man in the cowboy hat, heifer wants to drop in her loin just a little bit more than I prefer. A female, it just doesn't give you quite the overall look out here as what we've got in some of the other females. And then young man that follows in behind her, just a real nice brood cow look to this one as well. Very good as far as her bone work. She's got enough body and dimension. Just pretty that one up to get her any higher in this class. Give them a nice hand in this particular division, if you would, please.
Well, as we get into our first division of our Maine Angus show, I think not a lot of numbers, but tremendous in terms of quality. And as we get these heifer calves back out here and a lot of these settle in their second time in the ring, you can really evaluate them good, and they've got a little more relaxed, and they're showing themselves off better. And I think as we evaluate these and get our class winners and seconds back out here, certainly really good in terms of quality and the overall design that they all have. Like I talked before, I think structure, I think all three of these class winners are really good in terms of their overall structure. I think there's one that in particular checks a lot of the boxes for me, and then it gets a little bit closer for reserve, and there's some give and take. But I think one that pretty easily wins this division in my mind is our heifer out of our second class. She'll be our champion in this division. Congratulations.
And your Maine Angus champion junior heifer calf goes to entry number 7. GFSS Sandy Cheeks, exhibited by Dallas Ritchie from Loudport, Indiana. Congratulations. Your reserve champion junior heifer calf, Maine Angus reserve champion junior heifer calf, goes to entry number 12. Excuse me, entry number 3. JFW Lucy K80 ET, exhibited by Hannah French from Wakeman, Ohio. Congratulations. Also, placings for Class 11 Maine Angus are as followed. First place goes to entry number 10, RDSC Catherine 4K ET, exhibited by Julian Brown from Louisville, Ohio. Second place goes to entry number 15, FEN Luna 19K ET, exhibited by Owen Finning from Coldwater, Ohio. Third place in that class goes to entry number 12, exhibited by Cecilia Mazorin from Pleasant Plain, Ohio. Fourth place goes to entry number 11, exhibited by Lane Huey from Warsaw, Indiana. Fifth place goes to entry number 16, exhibited by Madison McDonald from Perry, Georgia. Congratulations. Now in the ring, over in your Maine Angus division, is Class 12. These heifers range from May 1st through June 30th. And catching up over in Class 12 of your key heifers, placings in Class 12 are as followed. First place goes entry number 65, and automatic champion early spring yearling heifer goes to BMW Fry Lucy 32-4J, exhibited by Reese Richardson. Second place in that class and automatic reserve early spring yearling heifer champion goes to entry number 67, HF Houdat Fox ET, exhibited by Mason Allen. Third place in Class 12 goes to entry number 70, exhibited by Michaela Ginsey. Fourth place in that class goes to entry number 66, exhibited by Rebecca Pullins. Fifth place in that class goes entry number 69, exhibited by Whitley Swam. And in sixth place in that class goes entry number 68, exhibited by Owen Finning. Seventh place in that class goes entry number 71, exhibited by Andrew Hartman. Congratulations to those individuals.
Here real quick on our Maine Angus side, there's a bred and owned division here on this side of the ring, and just wanted to take a real quick second here to recognize both these exhibitors. I think the bred and owned deal is something that was really important in my family, and you guys should be proud to have raised and exhibited and brought your cattle here and raised them up from when they were born to getting them to this point, and that's something to be proud of, and that's certainly something that you guys should be as you're proud of, and really is a good accomplishment for both of you. So that being said, young lady, you're going to be our champion bred and owned. Congratulations to both of you. Really a nice heifer.
And your champion bred and owned junior heifer calf in your Maine Angus show goes entry number 5, BEKS Miss Cuddles, exhibited by Braley Sherman from Howell, Indiana. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 12 of your Maine Angus show. These heifers range from May 1st through June 30th.
Now we get into this first class of these junior yearlings. Boy, what a nice place to start in this particular class. This heifer hits you pretty hard as soon as she walks in the ring. Just so elegant looking out here. A female is just so complete in their overall makeup and her build. You get her in motion, everything stays where it's supposed to, and yet she still's got enough angularity up through that front end. She looks like a female. The next heifer coming out, sure one that you gravitate to for her overall look when this young lady's got her parked. She just isn't as good in her overall makeup as far as being more genuine in her shape. There's a little more condition around her tail head. It just isn't as far as natural muscle and shape. She just isn't as fresh looking out here as what we've got in our class winner, but a good broody kind of female that ends up being second. Then we get a real good, nicely conditioned one coming here in third, but with that heifer, there isn't quite enough of her. You like how green she is up high in her body, in her spine, but then a female that just isn't blown apart right there in the center part of her body. There isn't quite the natural rib shape and springer rib in this particular female, but so good as far as her overall look, as far as being angular and feminine. Just a nice cow right there when that time comes for that one to be because of how she is out here as far as being structurally sound and correct. Then we got a really stout one. As far as you're just going to place them on stoutness, you're going to have this one up a little bit higher as far as the bone work, the overall muscle and shape in this one. But with that heifer gets a little bit too jammed up in her front end. They just like to see a little more angularity to that particular female, but really stout, big muscled kind of heifer. Then we got one coming here that is really green condition-wise, but a heifer that real straight line, level hip, but there's not quite enough muscle here. There's not quite enough overall performance in this particular heifer. And then we get young man's female, a sure one that you gravitate to, the way this one can get out and go. She's very flexible, very good as far as her overall structure. You just like to change this one, how it's put together. It doesn't give you quite the overall look, not quite the balance to this particular female to move her up in this particular class. Give them a nice hand if you would in this class.
And placings for Class 13 in your Key Heifer Show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 79, Preston's Ethel ETET, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan. Second place goes to entry number 75, JSUL Emily's Houdat 1073J, exhibited by Emily Jones. Third place in that class goes to entry number 76, exhibited by Mackenzie Neal. Fourth place in that class goes to entry number 73, exhibited by Samantha Posmick. Fifth place in that class goes to entry number 78, exhibited by Abigail Sharp. Sixth place in that class goes to entry number 72, exhibited by Wyatt Shen. Congratulations to all those exhibitors, and now entering the ring will be Class 14. These heifers range from January 7th through January 4th.
Just two heifers here in this older class of these junior yearlings. And boy, what a place to start in this particular class. This young man's heifer is really nice. You're looking at this one, how fresh looking this one is out here. Heifer is really good condition-wise, very unique in the way this one's put together. You like how this one is, as far as her structure and her skeleton, this one takes off and goes. She can really flex and move, and everything stays where it's supposed to. This is going to be a serious race in this division, remembering what the last class winner looked like, because this is a really nice female that just wins this class. Young ladies, female, just a nice brood cow look to this one. She's got some extension. She's got some length of body. Heifer that's got some natural dimension to the center part of her body. She just needs to be see a little more balance in this one. Not quite the overall look is what we've got in our class winner, but a very, very good kind of female that ends up going second.
Here in our intermediate division in our Mays and Junes, a June heifer here to start, and in my mind, I think does an awful lot of good things. And this heifer, when we evaluated her in terms of freshness and correctness of structure, if you start there and then just work your way up, I think there's an awful lot of good here as well. One that's tremendously good in terms of her overall design and eye appeal. Like I said, she's fresh in her condition, but still maintains that belly shape and that swoop there through that rear rib and flank. A heifer that when we set in motion, really like the way she gets out and goes. And as we evaluate a lot of these today, and that structure up through that front end and the way that neck ties into her shoulder and contributes to just that longer stride that she has out of that front end, I think one that's awful good there as well. Young man's heifer here coming next in second, I think has a tremendous amount of good as well. I think one that's massive in terms of rib shape and dimension and body volume. She's really deep-sided as well. She's moderate, and she's got some shape there through her hip and down through her quarter. Another one that just is really good in terms of her overall design and body dimension. If you compare her back to our class winner, and this is getting awful critical on a really good one, she's maybe not quite as chiseled up through that front end and smooth through her shoulder as our class winner, but I think that one gets in a tough class, and she's awfully good as well. Young ladies, heifer here coming next in third. I think in terms of profile and body and volume resembles our second place heifer quite a bit. I think one that's really deep and really smooth and really massive in every way, and she catches your eye when you sit here and study her like that. But where she goes in third for me here today, I think one that when we get her set in motion, she doesn't want to reach with quite as much flexibility out of that front end, and that contributes to her getting up there right in behind her shoulder and not getting out with as much of a long stride off that front end. But I think one that's built awful good, the one that's be a really good breeding piece on down the road for this young lady. Young man brings a really nice, complete, functional one here in the next spot. I think one that's fresh in her condition. She's really good up through that front end. She's got some natural shape and depth of body there. Good in terms of her overall structure and looseness of build as well. I'd just like to maybe give that one a little more oomph and power here today, maybe a little more mass as compared to the heifers ahead of her, but I think one that's really good and functional in her overall build, and I think a month on down the road, still this one can be a competitor in this class as well. Young ladies heifer here coming next, another big outlined heifer that's good in her lines and good in her design, one that when we get her on the stand and she gets a good profile, I just like to change this one when she gets out and goes. She wants to taper there from her hooks or from her hip on down through her quarter, maybe not get out with quite as much of a reach and flexibility off that hind end as I'd like to see. Young man here gets in a tough class with a good heifer as well. I think one that's got a world of good in her just the same. She's really good in terms of her design and top shape and got some spring of rib and dimension as well. Just like to neaten her up in terms of her overall design as compared to those heifers that are a little more eye appealing ahead of her today.
And placings for Class 14 over in your key heifer show. First place goes to entry number 82, Huge GCC BSC Northern Star ET, exhibited by Devin Morton. Second place goes to entry number 81, Jolene ET, exhibited by Morgan Dystra. We're now working on your champion yearling heifer.
Well, I don't know about you all, but I could stand and look at these two for quite a while. I mean, these are two really nice females out here. It's going to boil down to, figured out after evaluating these two or comparing them, which one there's just more heifer of when you're looking at these two, because basically the build of them, their structure, the way these are put together is basically the same. There's just one that's got just a little bit more. There's just a little more heifer in one than the other, and that's not trying to take anything away from the other one. It's just the way I see it. The young lady going to win this division. Young man's going to be reserved. Fantastic pair of heifers. Give them a nice round of applause.
And your champion junior yearling heifer goes to entry number 79, Preston's Ethel ET, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan. And your reserve champion junior yearling heifer goes to entry number 82, Huge GCC BSC Northern Star, exhibited by Devin Morton. Congratulations. And placings in Class 12 over on your Maine Angus side are as follows. First place and automatic champion summer heifer goes to entry number 19, JRDA Lady Gamer 99-1J, exhibited by Turner Longhair from Kellyville, Oklahoma. Second place and reserve champion summer heifer goes to entry number 21, Henning BC 11 Sandy J049, exhibited by Jacob Bressner from Graymont, Illinois. Third place in Class 12 goes entry number 24, exhibited by Issel Britton from Oshawa, Michigan. Fourth place goes entry number 22, exhibited by Spencer Class from Lodga, Indiana. Fifth place goes entry number 20, exhibited by Lalo Closen from Kenton, Ohio. Sixth place goes entry number 23, exhibited by Colton Wynn from Modoc, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 13. These heifers range from April 4th through April 30th in your Maine Angus show.
Well, here in our April class, I think three really high-quality heifers, and I think but a pretty logical placing in my mind. And the young lady here to start out the class, really resembles a lot of the things we've been doing all day. I think this one's really, really good. I think that length and that front end up through that front end, that freshness that she has, much like the heifer that won our last class, and then still when you come out of her shoulder and the way she blends into her forerib and gets progressively deeper through her rear rib and flank, I like that one's freshness. I like that one's shape there through her underline. A heifer that's really long from hooks to pins and has a distinct advantage when we set her in motion there off that hind leg. I think she's the soundest and reaches out with as much reach off of both ends as anything in the class. I think that's where she has an advantage over the heifer here in second. Now, I like this heifer in second here a great deal as well. I think one that's really balanced, really massive, really deep-sided, just the same. She's awful attractive. And if that heifer that won the class wasn't out here, you'd say, boy, this one's really, really good looking. But when we compare her back to our class winner, that one's just a little neater fronted than this one is. And then when we set them into motion, this one maybe doesn't reach out with as much length off of both ends as our class winner, but I think that's being pretty critical on one that's really good as well. The heifer here coming next gets in a really tough class, another one that's good in terms of her lines and has some show ring presence and appeal as well. You just like to neaten her up, maybe give her just a little bit more depth there through that rear rib and flank to compete with the heifers ahead of her there. 3 really nice heifers for those individuals. Congratulations.
Just a single entry here to end up with the keys, and just an excellent individual out here for that. A young man's got a really fresh individual, balances up extremely good, yet still really angular and feminine up through the front 1/3 of her body. My compliments to him in winning this class and division.
And results for Class 15 in your key heifer class goes to entry number 83, an automatic champion senior yearling, REIB, Miss Shelby, 325, exhibited by Parker Chestnut. Congratulations. Now over in your key side, we are working on your grand champion, Kenya female. Those competing for your grand champion key female are as followed. Out of Division 1, we have entry number 14. In your reserve champion division, it goes to 57. Out of Division 2, champion goes to entry number 29, and your reserve champion is 53. Out of Division 3, we have your champion is 39, and your reserve champion is 38. Out of Division 4, your champion is 44, and your reserve champion is 29. Out of Division 5, we have entry number, your champion will be 47, and your reserve champion will be 48. Out of Division 6, your champion will be 50, and your reserve champion will be 58. Out of Division 7, your champion will be 62, and your reserve champion will be 60. Out of Division 8, your champion will be 79, and your reserve champion will be 82. And lastly, out of Division 9, your champion will be 83, all competing for your grand champion, Kenya female. Over in your Maine Angus late spring yearling heifer class number 13, first place goes to entry number 26, KBSC Iris 115J, exhibited by Clara Ballinger from Morava, Iowa. And second place goes to entry number 27, KBSC Adele 198J, exhibited by Gentry Johnson from Maquota, Iowa. And third place goes entry number 25, KMEM Slushish Darlin 91J, exhibited by Micah Malone from Cynthiana, Kentucky. Now we are working on class 14 in your Maine Angus early spring yearling heifer class. These heifers range from March 1st through March 31st of 2021. Those over on your key heifer side, I would like to reintroduce our judge for today, Mr. Todd Herman. Todd is a native of Edmonton, Ohio. He grew up on a diverse livestock and grain operation. Todd is a third-generation Hereford breeder and a graduate of Michigan State University. Todd has judged numerous shows through the U.S. and Canada. Todd and Kim, along with his parents Jim and Beth Herman, and their daughter Casey and her husband Dan Hendel, continue to raise Herefords. Todd and Kim currently live in Lima, Ohio, where he is the cow herd manager at Jones Show Cattle. Could you please join me in giving Mr. Todd Herman another round of applause?
Well, this has been tremendous going through this key junior show here at the North American. This is really enjoyed myself tremendously all morning. You start down here at these calves and what they have to offer, the future look to these things is just incredible. And you get into these older ones and, you know, they're still sound and they still have some flexibility and yet they still have enough look to them because we are at a cow show. So what you're going to pick, I'm going to pick a show cow. So, you know, you can talk about brood cow and yeah, we all have our preferences there, but you know, even so, these things still have enough body and dimension to them that they should go on and make really nice brood cows and be efficient in where they're going and how they maintain themselves, because you know that is very, very important. I know I'm not going to go through and talk all these things again. I've just thoroughly enjoyed myself. Dustin and Heather and all these junior board members just been fantastic, and everyone here at the North American for asking me to do this. It is truly an honor and a privilege to be able to look at cattle of this quality all the way through a particular show. I'm not going to talk anymore. We got to show some key Angus yet, but I've had a blast, and my compliments go out to you as exhibitors and breeders and people that have worked hard on these things. And I know this isn't easy. I've done this a few times, and this isn't easy, and seems like it gets harder the longer it goes. But my compliments to you. You have my utmost gratification because of how you get these things presented. I've had a blast. Thanks again. I'll go pick a couple champions.
And your grand champion Kenyan female goes to entry number 79, Preston's Ethel, ET, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan. Congratulations. Coming in her spot will be entry number 82. And your reserve champion, Kenia female, goes to entry number 82, Hog GCC BSC Northern Star, exhibited by Devin Morton. Congratulations.
Well, really interesting, really challenging class as we evaluate these heifers here. And I think if you wanted to discuss them and there's some give and take as we evaluate these top three, and in one way or another, you can justify each and every one of them. I think, you know, the heifer here that leads off the class is the most like what I've been picking here in the last couple. I think one that's fresh in terms of her condition on the stand. I think this one is super good and super chiseled in that look up through that front end. Really good in her lines and deep through the center portion of her body. One that's really good in terms of the hip and the way she sets down on her feet and legs. She could be just a little bit longer strided when she gets out and goes, but that's the same thing can be said for our heifer here in second. I think our heifer here in second is big outline. She's got some length and got some depth and everything that goes with that as well. She's good on her hind leg as well when we set her in motion. She wants to be a little straight she wants to be a little short when she's set in motion as well. I think she's a little bit more upright in her shoulder and maybe doesn't reach out quite off that front end like you'd like to see her here too. The heifer here coming next in third, I think has an awful lot to bring to the table as well. I really like this heifer in terms of her body and volume. She's more moderate than the two that are ahead of her here. I think one that you like the overall pieces that she has, but where we get down to really being critical and going back and forth in these three, I think she's maybe just the most piecey of those three, maybe doesn't tie it all quite together near as smoothly as those two ahead of her there. A little bit plainer there through her chin, but I think one that's got a world of good as well. These two next heifers here rounding out the class, I think really practical in terms of body and structure as well. They're big and they're massive and they got some volume, both of them. They got some bone and some structural correctness when they get out and go. Just maybe like the overall show ring appeal and presence of the heifers that are above them today.
And placings for Class 14 in your Maine Angus Early Spring Yearling class goes to entry number 36, SHABTJSC Miss Harmony 89J, exhibited by Hannah Schwab from Wapiko, Ohio. Second place goes to entry number 30, ASTN Patience ET, exhibited by Carly Simbarat, Orange City, Iowa. Third place goes to entry number 29, exhibited by Wyatt Lange from Clyde, Kansas. Fourth place goes to entry number 32, exhibited by Blake Herman from Hillsboro, Ohio. Fifth place goes to entry number 34, exhibited by Colby Cooper from Maze Lake, Kentucky. And entry number 35 was a scratch. Now in the ring is Class 15 Maine Angus Junior Yearling Heifers. Heifers range from January 1st through February 28th. Excuse me, February 16th through February 5th. And your grand champion bred-known key female goes to entry number 48, Espresso, exhibited by Natalie Deerwester. And your reserve champion bred-known female goes to entry number 50, Law QB, exhibited by Landry Warnock. Congratulations.
Really a nice pair of heifers here on this on the Maine Angus side, and really the heifer that starts off for me really super complete in her overall build and design. A heifer that's really good in her line. She's got some depth of body. She's got some look and balance there when we get off to the side of her. Really in a moderate package. And where she comes to the top, though, most handily for me, though, is when we set her in motion. She's the longer strided heifer of the pair, more flexible off of both ends, and I think that's where she has a distinct advantage here today. The heifer here coming next for this young lady, really good in terms of her overall design as well. Love that heifer up through her front end and the elegance and femininity that she has. She's really good in terms of her lines, and when she stops like that, and she's got tremendous balance as you get off to the side of her, a heifer that's got some shape and some muscle and dimension as well. But when we set her in motion, she's a little more upright in her shoulder, doesn't reach out and flex off of both ends with as much ease as the heifer does ahead of her here.
And first place in Class 15 of your Maine Angus Junior Yearling Heifer class goes inch number 39, ELT Margot 21-3J, exhibited by Bailey Ann Kinger, exhibited from Sugar Grove, West Virginia. Second place goes inch number 37, Min Katie 101J, exhibited by Emery Patkett from Russellville, Missouri. Congratulations. And now entering the ring will be the selection of your champion junior yearling heifer of your Maine Angus show.
Well, here as we get into our junior yearling division and our Maine Angus in our Maine Angus ring. I think outstanding representation, and maybe not as many numbers, but I think these classes were certainly deep in terms of quality, and there's a lot of heifers out here that certainly can stand an awful lot of competition. I know how hard it is to keep these big heifers going, and how much work goes into them, and everything to get them to this point. And so I think, like I said earlier, you as breeders and exhibitors and families should be commended on that. We got more to sort through here today, but just real quick, congratulate these exhibitors. I'll go ahead and show you the two I like out of this division. Once again, give them a round of applause.
And your division champion goes to entry number 26, KBSC Iris 11.5J, exhibited by Clara Blanchard from Moriva, Iowa. Congratulations. And your reserve champion junior yearling heifer goes to entry number 36, Shab TJSC Miss Harmony 89J, exhibited by Hannah Schwab from Waupaca, Ohio. We will now be selecting your grand champion, Maine Angus heifer. Those competing for your grand champion, Maine Angus heifer, are out of Division 1, goes to entry number 7, and your reserve champion is entry 3. Out of Division 2, your champion is 19, and your reserve champion is 21. And out of Division 3, your champion goes to 26, and your reserve champion is 36. All competing for your grand champion, Maine Angus heifer.
Well, here with our champion Maine Angus lineup, and like I said before, not a lot of numbers, but certainly in terms of quality, you can see where this program is really taking hold, and the quality of cattle that's coming from it, and in the mating decisions in the Maine and the Angus, I think certainly has a bright future, and you can see that in terms of the quality that have been out here and been represented throughout the day, from our calves all the way through our intermediates and junior yearlings. I think tremendous in terms of quality and showing of appeal, and these cattle are functional and they're correct and they're sound, and they still got all those things that you make them fun to show. and have that doability on down the road in terms of making cows and things that you can use in a breeding program. And so, you know, that's something that the Maine Association and the juniors and the family should all be proud of. And with that being said, I've thoroughly enjoyed this group of cattle here in the Maine Angus show, and certainly high quality. And so, would you give these exhibitors a round of applause? I'll go select a champion in reserve. Congratulations to all of you.
And your grand champion, Maine Angus Heifer, goes to entry number 26. KBSC Iris 115J, exhibited by Clara Blanchard from Moriva, Iowa. Congratulations. And your reserve champion heifer goes to entry number 19, JRDA Lady Gamer 991J, exhibited by Tanner Lockhair from Kellyville, Oklahoma. Congratulations. Also want to remind everybody, if you have people that couldn't make it to the show today, we are being broadcast live on Show Barn Flicks. You can go to their website page and watch all shows at the North American live on Show Barn Flicks. We are ready for your Key Angus Heifer Class 1. Again, we are ready for your Key Angus Heifer Class 1. These heifers range from March 25th through March 4th. We are ready for those Class 1 Key Angus heifers. Class 1 heifers range from March 25th through March 4th. We do ask all those who are getting pictured, please move more towards the announcer stand, please. Those who are just joining us, I would like to reintroduce our judge for your Key Angus Heifer show, Mr. Todd Herman. He is a native of Ohio. He has judged numerous shows through the U.S. and Canada, and he is currently the cow herd manager at Jones Show Cattle. So we do like to welcome Todd Herman to judge our Key Angus Heifer show.
Pair of really nice females to start out the Key Angus show with. A little bit different in the way they come to us, and this is not just a class, but a division, young man's heifer that wins this division. Just a lot softer made female in her overall body and her skeleton. The way that's put together, the angles are right in her body. Female that's just a really complete individual out here. The young lady's heifer is sure real good looking kind of female, but she's more upright in the way she's put together. A little, like to see a little more slope to that front shoulder, a little more angle to that hock, a little more set to that, a little more flexibility in that one, but real good looking one. Pair of really nice females in this first division of the Key Angus.
And placings in Class 1 of your Key Angus Heifer show are as followed. First place, and automatic champion late junior heifer calf goes to entry number 5, BMW Ace 2 100K, exhibited by Luke Jennings. And second place in Class 1 and reserve late junior heifer calf champion goes to entry number 4, SC Cole ET, exhibited by Hannah Smith. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 2 of your Key Angus Heifer show. These heifers range from February 28th through February 24th.
get into these February key Angus heifers, pretty overpowering heifers of this pair out here to lead off with. A heifer that's really complete in the way she comes to us, really sound as you watch this one take off and go. Just a really powerhouse kind of female in comparison to this heifer that ends up second. You really like the overall look of this one coming in second. She's really good in her chest. She's got some angularity to her. There's just not enough heifer there. Isn't built quite as good in her spine and out through her hip as what we've got in our class winner, but a really nice kind of female as well.
And placings in Class 2 of your Key Angus Heifer Show are as followed. First place goes entry number 8, CHBB Kate, exhibited by Macy Bantner. Second place goes entry number 6, RSRS Kaylees, exhibited by Michelle Stevenson. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 3 of your Key Angus Heifer Show. These heifers range from January 18th through January 8th. We are starting on Class 16 Maintainer Spring Heifer Calves. Again, we are starting on Class 16 Maintainer Heifers. These heifers range from May 1st through June 1st. Also evaluating the maintainers, we have Mr. Andrew Foster from Niles, Michigan. He and alongside his family operate Seldom Rest Farms, where they specialize in marketing Angus show heifers. Andrew is a 2010 graduate of Oklahoma State, and he and his wife Emily have 2 daughters, Everly and Emerson. We would like to welcome Mr. Andrew Foster to evaluate our Maintainer Heifer Show.
Nice pair of these January Key Angus heifers. Sure, like the one that leads off this particular class, it can really complete in the overall build of this one. Really soft, made from front to rear, get out and travel extremely good. Just a really nice look to that one from a profile standpoint. Not trying to take anything away from this young man's heifer that ends up second, because she is really unique in the way that one comes to us. She's really long and extended up through that front end. Very youthful looking out here. Just not quite as much heifer there when you're talking about overall performance and weight and overall muscle and shape, but really nicely made kind of female that ends up going second.
And first place in Class 3 of Key Angus goes to entry number 9, McNeely's Ruby, exhibited by Lida Kerr. Second place goes to entry number 10, SL Miss Bismarck 316K, exhibited by Isaac Cyphers. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be the selection of your champion early junior heifer calf.
Really a nice set of May and June babies here to start off our maintainer show, and really a good pair here. I think is the heifer that leads the class off. I think one that in terms of just overall balance and completeness today rises to the top for me. I think one that in terms of her look and that balance that she has and plenty of depth of body through that rear rib and flank, she has an advantage over the heifer in second, just the way she transitions from her shoulder back into her forerib. She's a tick smoother there. She sets down on a little bit more substance of foot and bone as we compare it to our second place heifer. Our second place heifer, I think, has got a tremendous future ahead of her. Super long up through that front end. She's got good shape there to her belly, and the way that that carries down, a heifer that's sound and functional in the way that she is built as well. Just one that maybe you'd like to stouten up in terms of her overall bone work. Maybe just blend her in a little bit smoother from her forerib into her shoulder to get over that other heifer today. Heifer here rounding out the class for this young lady, one that's got a tremendous amount of width down that top. You really like the shape that she has and that hip shape and carry down into her quarter. She's big boned and you like that about her as well. Be a nice breeding piece. Just like to make this one a little bit softer in terms of the center portion of her body to get her over those other two today.
I'm picking junior calf division here in the Key Angus, and 4 really nice females out here, but basically it comes down to these 2 class winners. They're very similar in their type and kind, and you like a lot of things about these 2 heifers. The differences is the front end on one's just a little bit nicer or more pleasing to me. The front 1/3 of her body, how much more angular and feminine she is. She's a lot cleaner made down in her chest, and that'll be the young lady that come out of this older class, the January class. She'll have your division champion. Young lady come out of the February class will be a reserve. Congratulations. Give them a nice hand.
And your champion, early junior heifer calf champion, goes to entry number 9, McNeely's Ruby, exhibited by Lydia Kerr. Congratulations. And your reserve early junior heifer calf champion goes to entry number 8, CHBB Katie, exhibited by Macy Bantner. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is Class 4 of your Key Angus heifer division. These heifer range from December 25th. Placings in Class 16 of your maintainer show are as follow. First place goes to entry number 5, BK Queen 119K, exhibited by Carly Berkheimer from Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. Second place goes to entry number 4, HRST K215, exhibited by Tyler Thompson from Blair, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry number 1, exhibited by Caitlin Lamore, Selman, Indiana. We're now working on Class 17 in your maintainer show. These heifers range from April 1st through April 30th.
Just a single entry December heifer out here. Young man's got a tremendous female out here, just so sound in her structure and the way this one can get out and go, and yet so soft made with enough natural muscle and shape to complement that. Just an excellent individual in this single entry class.
And first place in Class 4 of your Key Angus heifer goes to entry number 11, BRKR Rue 1J, exhibited by Reed Barker. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 5 of your Key Angus heifer division. These heifers range from November 28th through November 4th.
Boy, it's a tremendous trio of heifers right here. You really got to look at these things and do some evaluating to separate these three. I ended up using this more extended heifer to me of the trio out here. You really get to looking at how she's put together, the condition she's in. She's really extended in her overall makeup and her skeleton, and yet can really get out and travel extremely good. My compliments to this young lady on a really nice heifer. This heifer here in second, probably a little more natural shape in her up high in her body, in her top and out of her loin than our class winner, but there's not the overall extension to that one. She's a little bit shorter coupled, shorter made kind of heifer, but beautifully presented, real fresh looking out here. Just an excellent, excellent female as well. Then we get a heifer here in third that is just tremendous. And when this one's in motion, this is when this heifer looks the best, is when she's moving around the ring. When she gets her parked out here, this heifer wants to come apart just a little bit. She's a little bit flatter in her overall rib shape than what we've got in the two that walk out ahead of her, but a female that's just so good in her overall body depth and dimension. Just like to put that one together a little nicer when she gets her parked out here, but tremendous trio of heifers. Give them a nice round of applause if you would, please.
And first place in Class 15 Key Angus Heifers goes to entry number 15, GOP Judy Garland, 11-4J, exhibited by Kennedy Evans. Second place goes to entry number 14, Maggie, exhibited by Callie Pittman. And in third place goes to entry number 13, Hig Kelly, 152J, exhibited by Lauren Kelly. Congratulations to those individuals. Now entering the ring will be Class 6 Key Angus Heifers. Date of birth, 10/20/2021.
Another single entry out here in the Key Angus. What a really excellent individual when you're talking about natural shape in one. Up high in her body and her top and out through her quarter. Just tremendous in that regard, and yet still has some angularity to that front end. It complements all that shape behind that. Just an excellent individual in this single entry class.
And in first place in Class 16, Key Angus Heifers goes entry number 16, HF Diamond Queen, 84-8J, exhibited by Emma Graft. Congratulations. Now we will be selecting your champion senior heifer calf in your Key Angus show. Competing for that will be entry number 11, 15, and 16.
Well, we had a couple single entry classes in this particular division, but get these three back out here is just pretty cool how much they do look alike. All three of these females, they're sound, they can get out and go, they have something to them, they have some performance built into them, and then you get to looking at their profile. It's pretty incredible on all three of them. My compliments to these exhibitors and breeders. The two that I gravitate to in this division are the two that come out of that November class. The young lady right here in the middle, and then the young lady that was second to her in that class. They'll be your champion in reserve in this division. Give them a nice hand.
And your champion senior heifer calf goes to entry number 15, GOP Judy Garland, 11-4J, exhibited by Kennedy Evans. Congratulations. And your reserve senior heifer calf champion goes to entry number 14, Maggie, exhibited by Kaylee Pittman. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 7 Key Angus heifers. These heifers range from May 26th through May 2nd.
Really a fun class. April heifer calves here, and some give and take. And when you get down to evaluate, and I took a little bit longer on this class than what I have in some of the others. And there's maybe not just one that reaches out and says that I have to win this class, but I think when you break it down, and in my mind, you get some give and take and kind of a logical place to start. For me, I think a heifer that's right in terms of her overall size and pattern and everything at this stage of the game. When we set her in motion, and she's got really good flexibility and reach off of both ends. A heifer that's got some depth of body there through that rear rib and flank just gives you an overall good balanced look. And I think as I had these last three out here and working through those, I think there's minor things, but I think at the end of the day, these first three are the most similar in terms of type and kind, and there's certainly some differences in terms of where they're at and their maturity right now and some size, but I think in terms of structure and looseness of build and that design, that they all three of these, as we evaluate them, all have kind of that same look and that same structural integrity. And so those are where these three kind of all line up to the front for me. But I think kind of the one that's in the middle and the one maybe in terms of condition right at this point is maybe right where she needs to be. I think this heifer is a logical place to start. The young man's heifer here, as she settles down and relaxes, certainly good in terms of her overall design. And like I stated before, these first three, I like the way all of them look in terms of that length of that front end and the depth of side of body. And when we get off of them and watch them move, I think that she's certainly flexible and reaches off of both ends really well. A bigger framed heifer and good cattle come in all shapes and sizes, and so I think that this one's certainly high quality. She's just the bigger of the three as we evaluate these three. The least mature heifer probably in the whole class, and I think she's still certainly within realm of where she needs to be, is this heifer in third. I like this one a great deal. I think she's really good in terms of her balance and completeness as well. got some rib shapes and some depth of body. And like I said before, when we set this one in motion, she's certainly good in terms of the way that she gets out and goes. The heifer here, the pair of heifers, I believe, that kind of came next and pulled out of these top 5. I think a heifer that's got a tremendous amount of body and style, or tremendous amount of bone and style and ring presence as well. One that's big topped and got a big hip. Maybe not quite as complete in their overall design and deep and soft through that center portion of her body as the heifers that lead out, but I think one that's really good as well. Heifer here coming next, I think, is another one that kind of pairs up that way. I think one that in terms of design, you like an awful lot of things about. She's really good up through that front end. She just when we get her going and set in motion, she's loose and flexible, but maybe wants to just handle that hock a little more rigid than the ones ahead of her here today. But I think one that in terms of style and balance, you like an awful lot of things about. Young man's heifer here coming next, another one that's complete in her design. She's got good in terms of her profile when she's viewed on standing still. I like her lines, I like her depth of body, but when we set her in motion, she wants to get up in the center portion of her top, wants to raise that tail head up as well. Young lady's got a really massive one here that I'd like a lot of things about as well. When I saw this one hit the ring, I think in terms of depth of body and mass and bone, she ranks right up there. Just one though, when we set her in motion, she wants to fight the halter a little bit. I think she's a little straighter in her shoulder, and when she gets out and goes, she wants to get up in that top just a little bit today to get her any higher. Smoky heifer here coming next. I think one that in terms of her overall lines and design and muscle pattern, there's a lot of good in this one as well. I think she's good in that muscle shape. I just like to see her just a little bit softer in the center portion of her body, maybe a little bit softer in that overall muscle pattern as compared to some of the females ahead of her. Young man here again coming next. Deep-sided heifer that's got some depth and got some bone. She once again wants to get up in that top a little bit. Young lady's heifer here, another one that's got some muscle shape and dimension here. Like that about her. Be a really good breeding piece on down the road. Like to just straighten that one or make that one just a little bit better in her overall joint work. Same thing for the young man rounding out the class. Young man, he got a nice heifer with some real breeding potential in terms of muscle and body and volume and bone. Just like to neaten that one up and loosen her up compared to the heifers ahead of her here today.
A trio of really nice May heifers here in the Key Angus show. A little bit different in the way these heifers come to us today, but no doubt the one to lead off this class, really extended female, long spine, long hip, very fresh in the condition she comes to us today, tucked up extremely good in her chest, a heifer that shows you enough length and extension through the front 1/3 of her body. This heifer here in second, you really gravitate to the way they've got this one presented. Just done a tremendous job in that regard. But to me, that heifer's a little bit shorter bodied, shorter coupled kind of heifer, one that runs downhill just a little bit more than I prefer, a little more depth of chest in that one than what we've got in our class winner. But tremendous fit job, tremendous kind of female when you really get to looking at her by herself. Then the young lady's heifer that ends up third, just a real functional, practical kind of show cow out here. Not quite the bells and whistles as what we've got in the two that walk out ahead of her, but sound in her skeleton, a heifer that's no doubt going to make an excellent brood cow.
And placings in class number 7 of your Key Angus Heifer Show. First place and automatic champion summer yearling heifer goes to entry number 17, MMK GTC Beyonce 526J, exhibited by Miller Smith. Second place goes entry number 19, and reserve summer yearling heifer goes entry number 19, DAJS Diana 124, exhibited by Baron Strope. And third place in class 7 goes entry number 18, FLF Jade, exhibited by Hannah Smith. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be class 8 of your Key Angus heifer division. These heifers range from April 29th through April 9th. And placings over in class 17 of your maintainer spring heifer calf class are as followed. First place goes entry number 11, KBSC Katrina 232K, exhibited by Carly Caspo from Kristen, Ohio. Second place goes to entry number 18, TSSC Miss Karma 2108K, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer from Hagerstown, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 17, exhibited by Natalie Beth Wester from Camp Point, Illinois. Fourth place goes to entry number 14, exhibited by Delaney Lucy from Glen Easton, West Virginia. Fifth place goes to entry number 8, exhibited by Cameron Hardy from Mount Orb, Ohio. Sixth place goes to entry number 20. Seventh place goes to entry number 13th. Eighth place goes to entry number 16th. Ninth place goes to entry 10. 10th place goes to entry number 7. 11th place goes to entry number 6. And entry number 22 was a scratch. Now in the ring is Class 18 of your maintainer spring heifer calf class. These heifers range from March 27th through March 2nd.
Boy, what a nice class of these April heifers out here, and this is a division as well. And you know, it's got some differences out here in their frame size and overall condition. But there's one thing for sure: this one that wins this class is the freshest heifer out here. When you look at that one up high in her body, where she's put her condition, how well she's maintained herself to this point, can get out and really travel extremely well. Just really unique in the front 1/3 of her body, how extended she is in that regard, just tremendous in her overall length of that front end, and yet staying really good in as far as condition back behind there. And that's the problem I have with this one coming here in second, is that where she's put her condition up in her neck, a little bit more, a female that just doesn't show you the natural muscle shape in her as what we've got in heifers actually on either side of her, but so good in her spine. She's so levelly designed from out into her hip and then correct down into that leg. Heifer that can get out and go and is flexible when you ask that one to take off and to move around the ring. Then we've got a little bit bigger heifer here coming in third. You know, a heifer that you sure have to appreciate the overall performance, the overall power and stoutness that we see there. But to me, that heifer is a little bit more jammed up in her front end. She isn't as feminine and angular looking in the front 1/3 of her body. I'd just like to change that on her, and that would help that one out tremendously. She wants to open up a little bit more in her shoulders. She isn't quite as flat shoulders as what we've got in the two that walk out ahead of her, but a big, stout, impressive individual that ends up going third. Then that young lady's heifer that goes fourth, really an easy doing, easy fleshing kind of female, but a heifer that's kind of put it in the wrong places, up into her chest and out into her pims or around her tailhead, and it kind of throws her balance off, but a really soft-made, stout individual that ends up going fourth.
And placings in Class 8 of your Key Angus Heifer division are as follow. First place and automatic champion late spring yearling heifer goes to entry number 23, BMW Ace 2 409J, exhibited by Callie Baldwin. And second place goes to entry number 22, Hig Tabitha 123J, exhibited by Marcy Harwood. Third place goes to entry number 21, More Forever Lady 50J, exhibited by Carson Beckham. And fourth place goes to entry number 20, TRWWW Jackie 2CA, exhibited by Marcy Ledford. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring will be Class 9.
Another really exciting lineup of maintainer heifers here in our March class, and I think certainly high quality way deep into this set. And as we evaluate them and break them down, and there's different heifers, and I know what it's like showing these heifer calves, and some of them hit you at one moment and look really good, and then the next minute they're being ornery and they don't, and they just, you know, sometimes it gets tough for them to, a lot of them be the first time through they're through the ring, and sometimes they can make themselves look foolish and stuff. So, you know, these calves can be certainly mixed and around at different points in their life and stages, you know, when they're going to show against each other for the next year. And so, but I think the heifer here that starts for me, just in terms of her overall show ring presence and that look that she has, does so fairly easily for me. I think a heifer that's super good in her lines and still has that dimension and that look and that depth and uniform depth through that body. Really a good, powerful hind leg. Just one that certainly checks an awful lot of boxes in terms of that show ring look. We get her stopped like that, that's awfully good. Heifer here coming next, and I think the second and third place heifers, I think there was some give and take between the two of them. I think both certainly sound in their own right. I think as the class went on and the longer we were out here, I think this heifer that's in second just maintained her look just a little bit better. She didn't come apart. A heifer that's a little more chiseled up through that front end and smoother through her shoulder. Heifer that's really good in her lines, and when we set her in motion, she certainly gets out and goes with plenty of reach and flexibility off both ends as well. I think the heifer here next in third is certainly deeper there through that rear rib and flank, and that's one place where she really catches your attention when she comes into the ring. A heifer that's loose in her build and maternal overall. A heifer that's good and correct in terms of her structure. Where she gets beat by the heifer ahead of her here today, I just like to have seen her hold herself together just a little bit better in behind her shoulders, maybe be a little bit smoother up through that shoulder and chiseled more into her neck as compared to the heifer ahead of her here today. Really a really complete heifer here that comes out next for this young lady. I like an awful lot of things about this heifer, and she's going to be in the mix several places because she is so complete and so correct. A heifer that's really maternal in her build, not flashy in any one way, but I think a heifer that's good in body, good in terms of her structure. Just like to neaten that one up, she just maybe not has the overall flash of the heifers ahead of her here today. Really a stout-made heifer here that coming next. I think one that's really good in her lines as well. Long and level down that top. Really good from her hooks to her pins. Sets down on a powerful hind leg. Like to soften that one up there through the center portion of her body. Black and white heifer here coming next. Another one that's certainly got some look and pizzazz as we get out here in the ring. One that's really good up through that front end. She's got a good look when she gets off to the side. I'd like to lay that one back in just the slope of her shoulder, maybe soften her up through the center portion of her body. Blue roan heifer here coming next. Another one that's just really sound or really good and complete. Got tremendous body and depth. Like to lengthen that one out of her stride off her front end. Maybe just neaten her up in terms of her overall look. Young lady's got a nice complete female here. Plenty moderate at this stage of the game. I think one that's got some breeding potential for her on down the road as well. Nice stout made heifer here coming next. One that I'd like to just loosen up in terms of her top shape, or just loosen her up. She wants to get up in her top here as we get her out in the class. Young man heifer here rounding out the class. Got a nice look to her, straighten her lines. Just that one's just a little too straight and upright in her shoulder to get any higher today.
Oh, nice pair of heifers here in the class and division as well here in the Key Angus show. Just a tremendous individual to lead off with, real fresh appearing out here. Done an excellent job getting this one ready, and yet still she's really greener than the other heifer when you really get to analyzing this one. You're tremendous as far as the front 1/3 of her body, how up-headed she is, and how her neck just comes right out of the top side of that shoulder. Real brood cow look to this heifer that ends up being reserve in this division. Real soft made, a heifer that's super long, extended kind of female, but just not quite the look of her. She isn't designed quite as good from her hip back as what we've got in our division champion, and not quite the extension in the front 1/3 of her body, but really good doing, easy doing kind of female that ends up reserve in this division.
And first place in Class 9, Key Angus and Automatic Champion Early Spring Yearling Heifer goes to entry number 24, BMW Ace 2 325J, exhibited by Samantha Van Ors. And second place and your reserve Early Spring Yearling Heifer goes to entry number 25, BMW HR Why Not 143J, exhibited by Luke Jennings. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring will be Class 11. Please note, Class 10 is a scratch. Class 10 is a scratch. We are moving on to Class 11. These heifers' ages range from January 11th through January 2nd. And places in Class 18 of your Maintainer Spring Heifer class. First place goes to entry number 32, GSC Miss Delilah ET, exhibited by Sky Wimmer from Portland, Indiana. Second place in that class goes to entry number 31, Pre-Queen 260K, exhibited by Spencer Gaudemuller from Winchester, Indiana. And third place in that class goes to entry number 27, exhibited by Tanner Butcher from LaRue, Ohio. Fourth place in that class goes to entry number 37, exhibited by Emily Kramer from Vanderbilt, Pennsylvania. And in fifth place in that class goes to entry number 28, exhibited by Stacy Arthur from Bethel, Ohio. Sixth place in that class goes to entry number 36, exhibited by Ashley Louder. Seventh place in that class goes to entry number 29, exhibited by Emily Caffey from Upton, Kentucky. And eighth place in that class goes to entry number 30, exhibited by Conley Klein from Ripley, Ohio. Ninth place in that class goes to entry number 35, exhibited by Kylie Eder from Martinsville, Indiana. And in 10th place in that class goes to entry number 34, exhibited by Kate Henderson from Arcata, Indiana. And please note that entry number 25 was a scratch. Now in the ring, over in your maintainer spring heifer calf division, we have class number 19. These heifers range from February 1st through February 28th, 2022.
Well, what a really nice pair of heifers here in this next division of the Key Angus, this older division. A little bit different in the way these two come to us. Female here end up winning this division. Really a nice pattern to this one. Balances up just a little bit better for me. She's a little bit bolder sprung kind of female, coming off the top side of that spine, and a little more springer rib and natural dimension to this female than what we've got in the heifer that ends up reserve. You really like the condition this reserve is in as far as this part of her life or this time of her life, and yet still really green. But with that, she's a little bit flatter made kind of heifer. There's not quite the bold sprung rib cage to this one. It's a little bit flatter in her muscle shape than our division champion, but really excellent in her overall structure and skeleton in the way this one can move.
And first place in Class 11 and automatic champion junior yearling heifer goes to entry number 27, WWW Miss J. Vanka, exhibited by Kendall Harper. And in second place, and your reserve junior yearling heifer goes to entry number 28, Sexy Rhino RSRS, exhibited by Michaela Stevenson. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 12 Key Angus heifers. These heifers range from November 14th through December 7th.
Boy, nice pair of heifers here in the Key Angus to end up with his October, November heifers out here. Really a good setter. Both of them are really tremendous in the way they come to us. I end up using this heifer, this young man, just a nicely balanced, good-looking kind of female that holds herself together extremely well in her top and how it hooks into her forerib. A real flat-shouldered one that looks like she's going to go on and just make a tremendous cow. She's a little more genuine in her shape than what we've got in this reserve division champion to me. A female that is extremely extended, a long body kind of female, but with that, she gets a little bit piecey right there in her forerib and how it hooks up to her shoulder. And just like I said, just not as genuine in her shape as what we've got in our division champion. Not quite as coordinated as you watch this one move around the ring as what we've got in the young man's heifer that leads off this division. But pair of really nice kind of females to end up the Key Angus show with.
And first place in Class 12, an automatic champion senior yearling heifer goes to entry number 29, BMW Ace to 127H, exhibited by Kevin Hesser. And second place and reserve senior yearling champion heifer goes to entry number 30, WVM Miss Harper, exhibited by Kendall Harper. Congratulations. We will now be selecting your grand champion Key Angus female. Those competing for your grand champion Key Angus heifer are as follows. Out of the first division is entry number 5, and reserve champion is entry number 4. Out of the second division, champion will be 9, and your reserve will be entry number 8. And out of the third division, your champion will be 15, and your reserve champion will be entry number 14. And out of your fourth division will be entry number 17 champion, and your reserve champion will be 19. And out of your late spring yearling heifer will be champion will be 23, and your reserve will be 22, and your early spring yearling division will be 24, and reserve will be 25. And your junior yearling division champion will be 27, and reserve will be 28. And your senior yearling division champion will be 29, and reserve senior yearling will be 30.
Really another nice set of February calves here as we in our maintainer ring. And I'll admit, these two heifers that come to the top for me, they're nothing alike. I think they're both different in terms of their type and kind, but I think still when we set these two in motion, they come to the top in terms of structure and flexibility, and that's number one in my opinion. So if we go from there and start breaking them down, I think the heifer that starts off the class in terms of length of that front end and smoothness of shoulder, she has a distinct advantage. A heifer that's really, really long, and you like that about her. A heifer that's correct, and she's in the way she's made from hooks to pins and down to the ground, really deep in terms of that center portion of her body. A heifer that's got a lot of good to her. I think a really functional kind of heifer there as well. Young lady's heifer here, when she gets her stopped and looking right and balanced up, she looks really good. She gives you a good show ring look. She's appealing in that front end and the way she is there in terms of her line. She's got a good hind leg, a heifer that's strong down that top, a heifer that's really thick in terms of that shape through her hip and down through her lower quarter. Just when we compare back to our class winner, this heifer maybe doesn't want to hold herself together quite as well in behind her shoulders, maybe just a little bit rounder in her muscle pattern as compared to our class winner, but I think one that's certainly good in her own right. The next pair of heifers here that both come out, I think, are very, very similar to each other. And good functional cattle, I think, that got some look and got some function, maternal in their build. They're maybe not as extended or as freaky as the two heifers that go out ahead of them, but I think really good in terms of their overall depth and dimension and that look that they have. And they both get out and cover their stride, and they both are really good in the way they hit their track. But if you watch both of these, I think both of them have a little bit more lower shoulder, and they maybe lead with that when they're set in motion, maybe takes away from that overall look that the two heifers that start out the class have. Heifer here coming next, I think another one in terms of attractiveness and femininity I like an awful lot of things about. She's super good in her line. She's really smooth in through that shoulder and attractive up through that front end. I'd like to give this one more depth of body to get over those other ones today, but I think one that's certainly got a bright future ahead of her. It's got an awful lot of good in terms of just the overall completeness that she has. Young man's got a really powerfully made heifer here coming next. I think one that in terms of overall mass and body and dimension and muscle shape and bone, this one ranks right up at the top for me when it comes to those things. But where she falls into where she sits here today, I think when we set her in motion, she's upright in that shoulder. She doesn't get out and go or meet that track when we set her in motion. Young lady's red heifer here, another one that's good in terms of her design. She's attractive, and she's going to have a day where she looks really good on down the road. I think one that just needs to grow and develop and develop more rib shape and depth of body there. But I think the overall build's there to start something really good here for the future. Young man's heifer here coming next, another one that in terms of body and mass, you like an awful lot of things about, or in terms of that shape that she has, super bold sprung. Just like to change that one in the way that she's shaped there through that lower 1/3. Maybe give her a little bit more depth there in the center portion of her body and lengthen that one up in terms of her movement as well to get any higher today. Young ladies heifer here coming again. Another one that in terms of mass and body and overall power, you really like this one in terms of that muscle shape that she has. I think a good breeding tool. Just like to free that one up in terms of her movement as well. Gives you a nice pattern there when we get her stopped. The next two heifers here again, I think rounding out the class, I think they've got some quality and some breeding tools for these young people. I think they've got some shape and some muscle and maybe just a little bit different in their overall build and design is what we're maybe reaching for here at the top end of the class. But I think certainly good breeding pieces for these young people to go home and work with. They've got some muscle and they've got some look, just like to maybe change the overall structure and the way those joints go in those to get them any higher today.
Any results for Class 19 maintainer spring heifer calves are as followed. First place goes to entry number 48, FEN Stella 26K, exhibited by Naomi Finning from Coldwater, Ohio. Second place goes to entry number 39, JBT Miss K 1K, exhibited by Kennedy Evans from Campbellsburg, Kentucky. Third place goes to entry number 42, exhibited by Emma Graff from Middletown, Ohio. And in fourth place goes to entry number 44, exhibited by Tyler Dossie from Terman, Ohio. And fifth place goes to entry number 43, exhibited by Taylor Rasmiller from Roseburg, Ohio. And sixth place goes to entry number 49, exhibited by Caden Daughtery from Mount Glebe, Ohio. And seventh place goes to entry number 46, exhibited by Katie Cooper from Mayslick, Kentucky. Eighth place goes to entry number 50, exhibited by Carter Welty from McComb, Ohio. And in ninth place goes entry number 51, exhibited by Cora Schroeder from Hamler, Ohio. 10th place in that class goes entry number 92, exhibited by Emma Morin from Fraserburg, Ohio. And 11th place in that class goes entry number 40, exhibited by Kazan Travis from Brazil, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring will be Class 20 of your maintainer spring heifer calf division. These heifers range from January 27th through January 7th of 2022. Those on your Key Angus side, could you please join me in giving Mr. Todd Herman another round of applause for coming out and evaluating our show.
Well, really a nice set of January calves here in our maintainer class, and I think to the one that rises to the top fairly easily for me, and just in terms of overall completeness and structural correctness, I think this one's got an awful lot of good to her. One that's super good and balanced. She's correct in her front end structure. Really like that rib shape and depth of body she carries back through her flank. She's good in her hip and her hind leg. Just maintains that overall good look. And even when we set her into motion, I'm a firm believer on those cattle that are sound and got that look, that they maintain that look when we're set in motion. She does that really, really well. Heifer here coming next is different in terms of her type and kind. A bigger outline heifer, super long up through that front end. Really good in terms of the way she is in her shoulder. Excellent in terms of her design. Just when we compare her back to our class winner, like to smoothen her up just a little bit, the way she transitions there from her shoulder back into her forerib. A heifer that's maybe not quite as deep as the heifer that starts out the class. I think one that certainly can stand an awful lot of competition. Heifer here coming next is a big boned and big topped. I like an awful lot of things about her. Really square over her top. She's smooth the way she transitions from her shoulder back into her forerib. Just one though, when we set her in motion, she wants to get up in her top. She wants to slope off from hooks to pins, but I think an awful lot of good in that one as well. Same thing kind of to be said about the next heifer rounding out here. I think a heifer that's super long and attractive, good up through that front end as well. When we set her in motion, she wants to tuck up in her forerib and get up in the center portion of her back. Doesn't have that good relaxed look when we set her in motion. Really powerful broody type heifer in this blue roan rounding out the class. One that's tremendously deep and got some muscle dimension as well. Just like to free her up out of that front end structure to get her any higher today.
Well, we're going to pick a champion Key Angus here in a little bit, but I hate to sound like a broken record, but I really enjoyed this show as well. Like I said in the Key show, that just so enjoyable to go through these classes and divisions when you had good ones to look at. And it was very, very good and very pleasing to see these young people doing what they do. They're very good at what they do and how they go about it. My compliments to all those youngsters out here. And again, thank you to this junior keyboard for all they do out here. It's really helped me out a lot, and they're very enjoyable to work with. Dustin and Heather and here everybody here at the North American and my family for showing up and watching, and I know they're gonna tell me where I did good or where I did bad, or maybe, and that'll be good. That's what it's all about, and that's the thing about showing cattle, is it's a family thing, and we do it as a family, and that's the enjoyable part about showing cattle that we all like and enjoy. And the Jones family for letting me come out here and be able to do this, take the time off my job and come and evaluate different shows, and especially here at the North American, my deepest appreciation goes out to Randy and Dana and Troy and Sarah for letting me do this. I'm not going to talk anymore. You could twist off and use a couple of these calves, there's no doubt about it, because of the quality that I've seen. Obviously, you figured out from what I just said, I'm probably not going to. With the big heifers we've got out here, just tremendous quality from one end to the other in this Key Angus show. Give yourselves and give these exhibitors a great round of applause, and I'll go pick you a couple champions.
And your grand champion Key Angus female goes to entry number 24, BMW Ace 2 325J, exhibited by Samantha Van Horst. Congratulations. And your reserve champion Key Angus female goes to entry number 17, MMK GTC Beyonce at 526, exhibited by Miller Smith. Congratulations. We will now be selecting your bred and known Key Angus female. Over to the maintainer side, we are selecting your champion junior heifer calf. Placings in Class 20 maintainer spring heifer calves are as followed. First place goes to entry number 54, KABG Maisie 275K, exhibited by Grayson Bletcher from Blakesburg, Iowa. Second place goes to entry number 57, MFS Blair's Bonnie 6K, exhibited by Reed Utterback, Elwood, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 53, exhibited by Emily Jones, Hamilton, Ohio. Fourth place goes to entry number 56, exhibited by Kayla Labert from Burr Hill, Virginia. Fifth place goes to entry number 55, exhibited by Luke Darledge from Brownstown, Indiana. And again, we are ready to select your champion junior heifer calf.
Well, here in our maintainer show in our first division, I think certainly more numbers, and I think quality has run deep here as well. And as we get these class winners and seconds back out here, I'm certainly excited about these and what's to come still today. And as we get them out here and just evaluate, now kind of their second time back through the ring, and they've settled down, and you can certainly see, you know, just the quality, and they're moving better, and their structure, and all those things that they possess to get them back out here. And so that should be, you guys should be proud of these. I'm very happy with this first division lineup. I think, you know, on these heifer calves, it'll be interesting to see how they grow and develop, and there's some different kinds, different types and kinds, and as they grow and as they mature, and I'm sure these things they'll swap around from time to time. But you know, as I evaluate these heifer calves, I like to see ones that got the basic build to set the tone for some success in the future. And I think that structure and that look and that body volume, you know, is number one priority as we get out here and look at them again. And I think each of these class winners and seconds represent that. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. I'll go show you the ones I like in this division. Congratulations to all of you.
And your champion junior heifer calf goes to entry number 54, KABG Maisie 275K, exhibited by Grayson Bletcher from Blakesburg, Iowa. Congratulations. And your reserve champion comes out of Class 18, entry number 32, GSC Miss Delilah ET, exhibited by Sky Wimmer from Portland, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We are now ready for Class 21 in your maintainer winter heifer calf division. We are ready for Class 21. These heifers range from December 15th through November 2nd. And your champion bred-known King Angus female goes to entry number 15, GOP Judy Garland 114J, exhibited by Kennedy Evans. And in reserve, King Angus bred-known female goes to entry number 18, exhibited by, goes to number 18, FLF Miss Jade, exhibited by Hannah Smith. Congratulations. That does conclude your Key Angus show. We do appreciate everyone coming out, and we look forward to next year.
Well, really a nice lineup here in our Novembers and Decembers senior calves, and I think a logical place to start for me. I think a heifer that's certainly complete in her overall design. When we get her stopped, certainly gives you just an awesome profile and balance there. Super smooth through her shoulder, and that in the way she carries back into her forerib, and that depth through her rear rib and flank. A heifer that's really good in her hip and her hind leg. Just gives you a really good look there as well. Heifer here coming next in second, I think, and is just a little bit different in terms of her type and kind. I think one that still gives you a really balanced look when she gets stopped, but I think one that's just a little bit harder in that muscle shape and the way she works that down her top. She's a little bit rounder in her hip and down into her quarter. I think one that when she's set in motion, that becomes apparent. But I one that also when she stops, she certainly gives you a good balanced look. Just like to maybe make her just a little bit more feminine in her muscle design as compared to our class winner. Young man's heifer here coming next, another one that's good in terms of her lines and profile as well. One that's got some depth of body. She's big hipped, she's stout made. Just when this one gets set in motion, she wants to lead with that shoulder. She wants to get up in that top and doesn't want to relax quite as well as I'd like to see her do today. But I think one that's got a world of breeding potential just in terms of that sheer power. Young lady's heifer here coming out next. She's good in terms of her structural design. She's good in terms of her lines and attractive. Just when we view her here today, she just needs a little more time on feed and a little bit more mass and maturity. But I think one that's basic build is nice on.
And placings in class number 21 of your maintainer female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 61, Luna, exhibited by Carter Boyd from Hillsboro, Ohio. And in second place goes to entry number 59, Lad Joenta 21-4J, exhibited by Macy Scher from Huntington, Indiana. And third place goes to entry number 60, exhibited by Carly Clark from Mudboro, Oklahoma. And in fourth place goes entry number 123, exhibited by Gracie Brown from Kennethville, Louisiana. Now in the ring is class 22.
Single entry October heifer here in our maintainer show, and I think one that certainly has some quality to her. One that's attractive up through that front end. She's good in her line. She's smooth in her overall makeup, and she's long strided when she gets out. Not the most massive in terms of body and volume at this stage of the game, but I think one that's certainly got some future and some basic build there to work off for this young man on down the road.
And in first place in class 22 goes entry number 62, Litch Lucy 142, exhibited by Boston Swift from Evanstown, Indiana. Congratulations. There is a correction. Class 21, first place is entry 60, exhibited by Carly Clark from Mudboro, Oklahoma. And third place is 61, exhibited by Carter Boyd, Hillsboro, Ohio. Now in the ring will be the selection of your champion senior heifer calf in your maintainer show. We should have entries number 60 and 62 competing for your champion senior heifer calf. We do ask that if you are getting a picture, please make your way towards the announcer stand so we can start the next show. If you are getting a picture, please move forward so we can start the next show.
Well, not a lot of numbers here in our senior calf division, but I think tremendous quality as we get these out here. And I think just in terms of overall show readiness and appeal today, I think there's a pretty logical way to do this. The heifers out of our first class will be champion in reserve. Congratulations.
And your champion senior heifer calf goes to entry number 60, CLA Just a Pretty 101J, exhibited by Carly Clark from Mudrow, Oklahoma. And your reserve champion senior heifer calf goes to entry number 59, Lad Juenta 21-4, exhibited by Macy Shearer from Huntington, Indiana. Congratulations. We are ready to begin your limousine show with Class 1. We are ready to start your limousine female show with Class number 1. Evaluating our limousine show this afternoon is Mr. Jonathan Perry. Jonathan with his wife Jackie and daughter Allie, and he is a manager of Deer Valley Farms in Fayetteville, Tennessee. He is the owner and operator of Hickory House, and he is serving as a treasurer on the board of directors for the American Angus Association and has judged many numerous shows through across the country. Could you please join me in welcoming Jonathan Perry as our judge today?
Afternoon, and welcome to our limousine show this afternoon. I really appreciate the opportunity to come out and evaluate your cattle and your youth today. It's always a pleasure to deal with good cattle and good kids, so I think we'll have a lot of fun today. As we start out our first class here, I think we got a couple of really nice individuals to start with. A female that kind of walks to the top of the class rather easily to me today to start with here, a heifer that's really nice and extended out through that front end, beautiful through her front 1/3. A female that's got some flexibility and some angularity. She gets out on the move. She's really got a nice rib shape to her, bold and deep the way she's made. She's a female that sure puts it together in a lot of nice ways. I think this is a heifer calf we'll enjoy getting back out in this first division later and seeing how she stacks up. A young lady's heifer in second, really a nice individual, just giving up some weight per day of age, giving up some days on feed today. I think a heifer that's got some neat pieces to her. She's nice and extended out through that front end. She walks on a nice foot and bone. She's a heifer that's got a ton of length of body to her, some red meat and muscle to her. You just like to soften her up, maybe give her just a notch more flank and body as she gets out and goes, maybe smooth her a little bit on the flow as she gets out, but a heifer that does have a lot of red meat and quality to her, and a heifer I think that'll get better every day this young lady feeds her.
And in first place in class number 1 of your limousine show goes entry number 3, TSS Simply Irresistible ET, exhibited by McKenna Hoppe from Fremont, Michigan. In second place in that class goes entry number 1, PFL Katrina, exhibited by Sadie Lee Portwood from Versailles, Kentucky. Congratulations. And now entering the ring will be Class 2 of your limousine division. These heifers range from April 26th through April 4th.
Really a high quality set of Aprils here in our maintainer class, and I think an outstanding way to start. I think 3 or 4 deep in this class is certainly can be majorly competitive at a lot of shows. But I think for me, when this heifer hit the ring, I think just in terms of her looseness of structure and the way she's built there at the ground, and she sits down on her pasture and she's correct in her hock. She's good in terms of her body and her lines. She's fresh in her terms of her condition. I just like an awful lot of things about this one. The way she's made up to that front end certainly gives you a really good look. And then when we get her set in motion, she gets out and goes with plenty of reach and flexibility. It gets a little closer for me between second and third, and I think there's some give and take between the two. I think the heifer that I chose to start with, or that I put in second here, just maybe a little bit leaner and neater there, and a little trimmer in her lower underline. I think one that comes out of her chest just a little truer with a little more shape there, carries that back into her flank just a little neater for me. One that's big hipped and certainly flexible when we get her out on the go, and I think she's really good and fresh up through that front end as well. And I think here is where we get into some discussion between the second and third place heifers. I think this third place one certainly has a tremendous amount of quality, and there's a lot of people that I'm sure are big fans of this one, and I am too. I think this class is really deep. She's really good, really smooth in her condition. The way she transitions from her shoulder back into her forerib, she's really good in terms of her lines and that depth of the body. She's sound in terms of her structure. And just getting real picky, though, where I said she falls into third, I just like to neaten her up and trim her there. The way she comes out of her chest floor and carries back into her forerib isn't quite smooth enough, and just maybe the way she handles that and transitions back into her flank. Plenty of depth of body in that one, just needs to be a little bit trimmer, I think, in my opinion. The heifer here coming next for this young lady, I think, is another one, though, that's super complete in her design, and not any bells and whistles in any one way. I think she's super complete, a really good cow, a really functional kind of female as well. Just maybe like to stouten her up, maybe just give her a little bit more length and extension. I think one that's certainly going to be a really good breeding piece for this young lady on down the road, just in terms of her overall completeness and function that she has. Really big outline, nice heifer here that's got some attractiveness up through that front end and smoothness to her shoulder. Like to loosen that one up just the way she wants to handle her top when she's set in motion. Just one that wants to maybe tuck that up and maybe suck her forerib up as well when we get her on the move. Heifer here coming next, another big outline heifer, really big top, really long up through that front end. Another one that just like to relax her in that top line when we set her in motion, maybe just handle that front end structure a little bit better. Young man's heifer here coming next, another one that's got a tremendous amount of foot and bone, really bold sprung, really good out through that hip. Like to neaten her up just the way she handles that, or wants to carry back into her flank. She wants to get just a little bit wastier there from her navel back to her udder. A heifer, though, that I think's got a tremendous amount of power as well. Another heifer here rounding out, good and functional in her design, or just one that you'd like to just like to make her a little bit deeper through the center portion of her body, maybe lengthen out that stride out of her front end as well. The young man's heifer here coming out next. Really big bodied, really broody. Just need to straighten that one, or just need to fix that one's front end structure and her top as well when we set her in motion.
Over on our limousine side, I think we got another tremendous pair of heifers over here. I think there's a lot of give and take in these two heifers, and you could talk yourself out of either way and definitely be right, I think, on any given day. The female that I chose to start with, to me, just a more complete female. I really appreciate her depth of side, her depth of flank. I appreciate how complete and sound she is from end to end. She's not quite as pretty out through the front end maybe as the heifer behind her, maybe not quite as long bodied, not quite as long hipped, but a heifer that is so sweet and so sound and really puts everything together in an awesome pasturing package. Love the cushion of pasturing she's got. Love the flex and mobility she has when she gets out on the move. Just really complete kind of female. The long-sided, big hip, stout heifer, higher performing heifer of the two, the heifer in second. She's really long neck. She's really long bodied, big bold sprung rib in her, a female that is definitely sound enough on her feet and legs as she gets out and goes. She kind of comes apart a little more when you get her out or on the move, maybe her neck comes out of her shoulder just a notch lower than the heifer we start with. She's a heifer that sure does have a lot of good qualities to her, though. I think it's an awfully good pair of heifers. Let's give them a round of applause.
And placings for Class 2 in your limousine show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 5, Legacies Kinsley, exhibited by Jenna Dorsey, Morrow, Illinois. And second place goes to entry number 4, DSUL Gimme a Kiss, exhibited by Josie Osborne from Unionville, Tennessee. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 3. These heifers range from March 17th through March 7th. Placings over in your maintainer side. First place in Class 23 and automatic summer yearling champion heifer calf goes to entry number 65, RKK Izzy, 161J, exhibited by Izzy Fawcett from Bree Heights, South Dakota. And second place in your reserve summer yearling heifer champion goes entry number 74, KMEM Miss Just Dreamin', 148J, exhibited by Red Utterback from Elwood, Indiana. Third place in Class 23 goes to entry number 75, exhibited by Avery Says from Coal Valley, Illinois. And in fourth place goes to entry number 66, exhibited by Kennedy Segares from Coldwater, Ohio. Exhibited by Landry Warnock from Urbana, Indiana. And in fifth place goes entry number 73, exhibited by Avery Brown from Comer, Georgia. Sixth place in that class goes entry number 68, exhibited by Kennedy Sergas from Coldwater, Ohio. And in seventh place in that class goes entry number 71, exhibited by Cole Williams from Waynesville, in North Carolina. Eighth place in that class goes entry number 70, exhibited by Alexa Lowe from Macy, Indiana. Ninth place in that class goes entry number 69, exhibited by Bradley Knobb from West Harris, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 24, maintainer late spring yearling heifers. These heifers range from April 1st through April 30th of 2021.
Another nice pair of heifers over on the limousine side. I think the black heifer just kind of rises to the top pretty easily from a standpoint of quality and a standpoint of putting everything together in an awfully good package. A heifer that's really long hip, really long bodied, deep flank, lots of forerib to her. She's a heifer that when she gets her parked and gets her set up, she's just beautiful on the profile. She got some chest in her, not exactly zipper neck, but a heifer that definitely is feminine and nice fronted. A heifer that when she slows her down and lets her move right, she really looks great on the move. She gets a notch choppy when you get her fast, wants to tilt over just a notch in that front end when you get her going too fast, but a heifer that really looks good from end to end. Red heifer, appreciate her width, the base. You appreciate her red meat and muscle, her bold sprung rib. Female that sure puts a lot of things together awfully well. She's a notch shorter bodied, a notch shorter hip than the heifer we start with. She's a heifer that you just like to smooth up a notch and maybe give her just a bit more femininity and angularity on both ends, but a heifer that really is thick and stout and has a lot of future as well.
And first place in class number 3 of your limousine heifer show goes to entry number 7, TSSL SA NAILE Lethal Lady, ET, exhibited by Claire Sinnott from Waynestown, Indiana. And second place in Class 3 goes to entry number 8, Legacy's Kate, exhibited by Jocelyn Ruppert from Witt, Illinois. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 4 in your limousine heifer show. These heifers range from February 22nd through February 3rd of 2022. We do want to remind everybody that we are being broadcast live on Showbarn Flicks. You can find the live broadcast on their Facebook page and or their website. Again, we are being broadcast on Showbarn Flicks.
Really, this is a really fun class to evaluate, and I think from end to end, this might be the deepest set that we've seen today from the start of the class. And those heifers down there on the end, young people, those are good cattle. They can certainly stand an awful lot of competition, and this has been an impressive class and to work through. And I think all of you should be commended on that from end to end. That this is really high quality and some cattle that can certainly stand some competition. But for me, I think the heifer that starts the class is most like what we've been doing all day. I think one that's super functional in her overall build. She's correct in her structural base. She's really good in terms of her overall eye appeal and balance that she has. Really maternal in her pattern and muscle shape and body volume and the way she handles herself. I think just super complete, super smooth, logical place to start for me. The heifer here coming next, I think another one that in terms of body volume and just overall looseness of structure, you appreciate an awful lot of things about. She's really good from her hooks to her pins. She handles that hind leg really, really well. A heifer that when we view her from the side, she's incredibly good in terms of her balance. We compare her back to our class winner. Our class winner's maybe just a little bit tighter there through her chest, maybe just a little bit smoother there from her shoulder transitioning back into her forerib, but I think really another high quality one here next. Big stout heifer here coming in third, and I think she kind of resembles the outline of the heifer that's ahead of her, just in terms of that long front end and deep side and big hip. Just one, though, I think when we get off to the side of her, I'd like to maybe just neaten her up there back through her flank a little bit. She's a little coarser in her teat development there as she gets coming into getting heavier bred, but I think one that's super loose in terms of her structure, really good in terms of that design as well. Really a nice functional kind of female here next in fourth, one that you appreciate the overall body mass and volume and muscle shape that she has, another one that's really smooth and really correct when we set her in motion. Just when we compare her to the three heifers ahead of her, maybe not as tidy up through that neck and maybe just a little bit plainer in that front end as compared to those heifers, but I think one that's certainly got a tremendous amount of breeding potential as well. Black and white heifer here coming next. In terms of a profile, I really like an awful lot of things about. She's super tight up through that neck. She's chiseled there through her shoulder. She's deep back through her forerib and her flank. A heifer, though, when we set her in motion, as compared to this top end of the class, she's maybe the most restricted out of her shoulder and doesn't want to quite get out with as much reach and flexibility off of that end as some of the heifers ahead of her. But I think one, in terms of pattern, is awfully, awfully good. Another black and white heifer here, another is much similar to the heifer that she follows. I think in terms of overall design, she's got a tremendous amount of quality. Super striking from a side view profile. Just like to get her out of that front end just a little bit better when she's set in motion. And as we compare to the heifers ahead of her, I'd like to see that one with just a little bit more mass and rib dimension at this stage of the game compared to the others. Another nice heifer here that certainly gives you a really good profile when we get off to the side of her, one that is good in her lines and deep in her body. I think when we evaluate this one, she wants to just open up in her shoulder a little bit more. She rolls that shoulder just a shot more, maybe not quite as smooth there as she transitions back into her forerib. I think, though, like I said before, I think these heifers that are rounding out the class are tremendously good in terms of quality. Another smooth-made heifer here that gets in a really tough class. Good in her lines, good through her in her forerib and depth. Just like to loosen that one up the way she gets out of her front end as well. Really a nice class. Give those exhibitors a round of applause. That was impressive from end to end on those cattle.
Over on our limousine side, I think we got a pair of heifers to start this class that are very contrasting in type and kind. The female I chose to start with, a female that's really big bone, really big hip, powerfully made, tons of red meat and muscle in her. Not quite as angular on both ends as the heifer we may have in second. She's a heifer that gets just a little rounder out through that shoulder, but man, she's powerful when she gets out and moves. You know, I question this heifer as she goes down the road, just how sweet she stays in that shoulder and front end, but today I think she just overpowers the class so much that easily she goes first for me. Love the design of the heifer in second. A little looser up through that chest and front 1/3. Really deep, really bold ribbed. When you get behind this heifer, she's awfully narrow base. She's awfully flat muscled. She's a female that I just like to blow out and widen up just a notch as you watch her get out and go. You'd like to just give her a little more width of base when she gets out moving. But man, I do like a lot of things about her. I think she'll make an awfully nice cow for this young lady. Young man's heifer in third, really a nice kind of female. Little lighter made, a little lighter bone, not as much lower 1/3 in this female as either of the two ahead of her, but a heifer that's very long-sided, very, very attractive when you get her out on the profile. She's a heifer that you like a lot of things about. Really a stout-made heifer in fourth here, just getting out-horsed a little bit on both ends from the three ahead of her. She's a heifer that sure does have a lot of red meat and muscle and a lot of bone to her. Maybe you like to just neaten her up in that front 1/3, give her a little more femininity, a little more angularity, but a heifer that's very long-sided, very long-bodied, and a heifer that has a lot of quality product. Kind of round the class out with a couple of heifers that just get out horsed a little bit, need a little more weight per day of age, need a little more time on feed, maybe just need a few more days in the barn to run with the heifers ahead of them, but really a good class of cattle from one end to the other.
Placings in Class 4 of your limousine heifer show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 10, ELCX Kist 206K, exhibited by Shane Kidwell from Magnolia, North Carolina. Second place in that class goes to entry number 13, Legacies Kelly, exhibited by Claire Dorsey from Witt, Illinois. Third place in that class goes to entry number 15, exhibited by John Crawford from Big Pool, Maryland. And in fourth place goes entry number 14, exhibited by Connor London from Sagamore, Pennsylvania. And in fifth place goes entry number 11, exhibited by Jackson Kidd from Sandy Hook, Kentucky. And in sixth place goes entry number 12, exhibited by Olivia Jacqueline from Marthansville, Missouri. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring will be Class 5 in your limousine heifer show. These heifers range from January 23rd, 2022 through January 2nd, 2022.
Well, another really impressive set of heifers here, and not as many in this class as what we've had, but I think a pretty logical placing when we line these up, and a good way to start. A big, powerful heifer here that's got a tremendous amount of body and really good in her lines, really in terms of that depth and the way she carries back through her flank. I like that about her, really powerful in her hip and her hind leg structure. Not the longest strided out of her front end, but I think one that certainly handles it well for as much mass and power as she has, and where she really has an advantage when we get her stopped and on the profile, certainly balances up tremendously well. Heifer here coming next in second, I think is the logical place to go. I think one that in terms of depth of body and balance, you like an awful lot of things about. She's really maternal in her overall rib shape and the way she handles that up through her front end. Heifer that wants to push a little chest right at the moment and maybe doesn't get out and go with as much reach and flexibility as I'd like to see off that front end, but I think one that's tremendously good in terms of her overall brood cow potential. Nice female there for that young man. Big outline heifer here coming in third. I think another one that you like her overall presence that she has. Really good up through that front end, really good in her lines. Once again, I think I'd just like to change that one and make her get out with just a little bit more reach off that front end. Like to soften her up in the center portion of her body as compared to the heifers ahead of her.
Over on your maintainer side, placings for Class 24 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 81, Krill Miss Jasmine 45J, exhibited by Carson Redrick from Creston, Iowa. Second place goes to entry number 80, BSC Jules 7005, exhibited by Brenna Wilkins from Bennett, Iowa. And in third place goes to entry number 82, exhibited by Lane Lisnick from Painesville, Ohio. Fourth place goes to entry number 77, exhibited by Cassidy Barker from Cary, Missouri. Fifth place in that class goes to entry number 83, exhibited by Lanny Uger from Chibis, Illinois. And sixth place goes to entry number 78, exhibited by Carrie Berkheimer from Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. Seventh place in that class goes to entry number 84, exhibited by Braden Cummins from Hillsboro, Ohio. Eighth place in that class goes to entry number 76, exhibited by Blake Herdman from Hillsboro, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And placings in Class 25 of your maintainer heifer class goes to entry number 91 at BBR Journey 693J, exhibited by Turner Longhair from Kellyville, Oklahoma. Second place in that class goes to entry number 86, ADPR 403J, exhibited by Jacob Sketchfill from Ottawa, Illinois. And third place goes to entry number 87, exhibited by Riley Closer from Hebron, Ohio. Now in the ring is Class 26 in your maintainer heifer show. These heifers range from February 28th through January 1.
I think really a challenging class of females, and a guy could go any way he wanted to and talk his way out of it, I'm sure. The longer I sit out here and analyze them, the longer I think about what I prefer is livestock at our house making cows. The heifer that floats to the top does so pretty easily when you really tear it all down. To me, she's just the most problem-free female in the class. You love her balance. You love her freedom of movement when she gets out and goes. She's probably the soundest, most correct heifer of the three we're gonna have up on the top end. She's a heifer that balances up nice in that hip. She's got some rib shape. She's a female you really like. The next two heifers are really the challenging pair, and you can go lots of ways with them, but the heifer that's probably given up the most performance is the heifer in second when you view the three together. But from an angularity standpoint, from a side profile, from a femininity standpoint, she's the heifer you really love. You get right on top of her, and you just like to change her design, both front and back, the way her feet and legs come out of her body. She gets just a little narrow in those hocks when she gets out and moves. You just don't see near as much explosiveness as you'd like to when you get in behind her, but a heifer that sure is pretty nice, neat, and made. The big stout heifer, the heifer in third. Heifer challenges me as I see her and project her out down the line. She gets awfully big and she gets awfully tubular in her makeup. She's really big boned, a little coarser jointed for me, maybe not as soft and neat as I'd like to see, but a heifer that's extremely long-bodied, extremely stout. Freedom of movement, I think, will become a bigger challenge for her as she gets older compared to the two heifers we see out in front, but a heifer that does have a lot of quality from end to end. Round out the class with young man's heifers just giving up a little too much performance and weight per day of age today. But she is a heifer that sure puts it together in a nice package.
Well, another outstanding lineup over here in our maintainer show, and I certainly think a pair of heifers that rise to the top fairly easily for me. I think just outstanding in terms of quality, and I think our class winner here just is really, really good and does a lot of really good things. Super attractive up through that front end and smooth through her shoulder. Really, when we get back, and just explodes with mass and power and muscle, and you really like that about her. When we set her into motion, she still gets out and goes free and easy off of both ends, and I think that's where she probably has an advantage over our heifer in second. I think just the way she gets out with a little more reach off that front end than our heifer here in second. I think our heifer in second, tremendous in terms of power and mass and body volume, and still gives you an outstanding look from the side in terms of balance. I just like to change that one and maybe lengthen her or just maybe just set her back there in the slope to her shoulder slightly, maybe get out with just a little bit more reach and flexibility off that front end as compared to our class winner. Young man's heifer here kind of goes logically third in my mind, I think, as I evaluate these next three, just in terms of cow power and potential. She's the softest in terms of her body and mass and volume. She's the deepest through that rear rib and flank, and she gets out and goes plenty good enough in terms of structure and the way she's made, and her feet and legs just maybe lacks the overall style and eye appeal of the heifers ahead of her. Really cool looking heifer here in this black and white one that comes next. I think one that's tremendously good in terms of her outline. Like to soften that one up and then lengthen her inner stride off of both ends as well. Young man's heifer here rounding out the class. Another one that's that's good in terms of quality. She's got some look. She's got some body. She wants to maybe favor just a little bit when she gets out and goes today, and maybe not quite as getting around the ring quite as well as she could. Maybe lacks the overall mass of the heifers ahead of her here as well today. Really a nice set of heifers. Outstanding pair to start that class.
And placings in Class 26 of your maintainer show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 95, TSSC So Sweet 209J, exhibited by Hannah Schwab from Wapago, Ohio. And second place goes to entry number 93, BMW STCC Myra 213J, exhibited by Claire Sennett from Waynetown, Indiana. And in third place goes to entry number 92, exhibited by Austin Huffman from Bryan, Ohio. And in fourth place goes entry number 96, exhibited by Delaney Lucy from Glen Easton, West Virginia. And in fifth place goes entry number 125, exhibited by Olivia Wood from Longbottom, Ohio. Now in the ring will be the selection of your champion junior yearling heifer in your maintainer heifer show. Placings in Class 5 over in your limousine division are as followed. First place goes to entry number 20, FSC Kalua, exhibited by Andrew Talbert from Oregongo, Illinois. And in second place goes to entry number 18, Calaboa Purple Haze 10K, exhibited by Mackenzie Coverman from Medford, Ohio. Third place goes to entry number 19, exhibited by Riley Stockdale from Dayton, Pennsylvania. Fourth place goes to entry number 21, exhibited by Jackson Kidd from Sandy Hook, Kentucky. We will now be selecting your limousine Division I champion.
As we get out in our first division with our limousine junior heifer show, let's give our kids a big round of applause. This is a super set of heifers we got here. Not humongous classes through this first division, but I tell you, we managed to get some awesome quality up to our first place class winner spots. Really a super set of heifers from end to end. A lot of similarities in type and kind. Some cattle that I sure do appreciate some things about. Just a quick word or two about each one of them, and I'll go out and select your first division. Love the front end in this first heifer calf. She's young, but man, she's fresh. She's beautiful out through that shoulder, head, and neck. You love the angularity she shows you. She's a heifer that's really sound when she gets out on the move. Maybe not the longest sided, longest hip heifer in the lineup, but a heifer that's very balanced from end to end. She's a heifer that's sure got eye appeal and got a lot of future in her. Love the cow look our second female gives us. She is the female when you get them out on the move. She sure is sound on both ends. She just flows as she moves. She's got a tremendous amount of rib shape to her, really deep in that foreflank and that rib flank. She's a heifer that balances up extremely well for me, as I said in class. She's maybe not as zipper necked as some of the others out here, but you know, you don't have to be for me. I think good cattle have a little substance to them. They have a little chest in them, and they may be a little loose-hided when they're young. But I think that keeps them viable as they grow and as they grow into those pieces. If a cow doesn't have some jaw and some chest, she'll never make it out in the real world. This female will definitely make it out in the real world. I love a lot of things about her. Really love how she balances up. Really the long-sided pretty females in our third hole. She's a heifer that when you get her stopped and set up, you love that angularity out through that front 1/3. You love the chest in her, how neat and cowy she is coming out through that front end. She's a female that's really level top, really long hip, beautiful design on her pastern and rear leg. She is a heifer that as you get her out on the move, she does kind of want to tilt forward just a notch, maybe get just a little bit over on herself as she gets on that knee on that front end. But a heifer that, man, standing, she is striking and really, really nice. You love a lot of things about her. Heifer comes out of our fourth class. She's a big bone, stout, powerful female, tons of red meat, tons of real product. She's a female that you love the explosiveness she shows you out through that that rear 1/3, a heifer that's got a tremendous amount of rib shape, lots of belly, and lots of doability to her. She is a notch rounder on both ends because of it. She gets just a notch straighter on that front knee and shoulder than maybe a couple of the other heifers in the group. But man, she is put together really nice in a lot of ways, and it's hard to get that much power and that much product in one and still make them look like that. The heifer that rounds out our classes here, our 5th class, just really complete in her type and kind, balanced out through that front 1/3, really long and level hip. She's a heifer that's sound when she gets out and goes. She's a female that sure fits in the line awfully nicely. Really a nice set of females in our seconds. We'll bring one of them up shortly and see how they stack up. Let's give them one more big round of applause, and I'll go select your calf champion.
Well, here in our maintainer ring in our junior division, and if this doesn't get you excited, I don't know what does, because I don't think a guy could go wrong out here in terms of just what you could use and what you could place emphasis on and where you want to put your focuses. And I think it's a tremendous lineup here, and we've seen a lot of good cattle throughout the day, and thoroughly impressed as we get these heifers back out here. So let's go ahead and give these exhibitors a round of applause. I'll go show you the 2 I like out of this division, but give them a big congratulations.
And your champion junior yearling heifer in your maintainer show comes out of class 26, and it's entry number 95, TJSC So Sweet 209J, exhibited by Henneswa from Wapico, Ohio. Congratulations. And your reserve senior yearling champion, it goes to entry number 81, Krill Miss Jasmine 45J, exhibited by Lane Lasnick from Painesville, Ohio. Congratulations. Over on your limousine side, division champion goes to entry number 5, Legacy Kinsley, exhibited by Gemma Dorsey from Morrow, Illinois. And reserve division 1 champion goes to entry number 7, TSSA Neil Lethal Lady, exhibited by Claire Sennett from Waynetown, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring will be class 6 in your limousine heifer show. Again, entering the ring is class 6 in your limousine heifer show. These heifers range from November 19th through November 1st. Over in your maintainer heifer show, class 27 is now in the ring. Class 27 is now in the ring.
Well, a single entry senior yearling that can certainly stand some competition. I think one that's broody in her overall makeup and design, one that's tremendously good in terms of that depth of body. Young lady gets her stop there, and you can see she's coming with some udder development. Good functional kind of female that's going to be an awesome breeding piece for this young lady on down the road. Congratulations on this division.
And in first place in class number 27 goes to entry number 97, RBLT Miss Mandy, exhibited by Avery Flax from Springfield, Ohio. Congratulations. She is an automatic champion senior yearling heifer as well. Over on your maintainer side, we are now selecting your grand champion maintainer female. Again, we are selecting your grand champion maintainer female. Competing for your grand champion maintainer female out of Division 1, we should have entry 54, and reserve out of that division be entry 32. Out of the next division, we should have entry 30 and reserve 59. And the next one should be entry 65 and reserve is 74. And your junior yearling heifer, entry number 95 champion and reserve champion 81. And your champion senior yearling is 97.
Got a class of females that really falls in pretty easily for me. Really a long-sided, stout bone, stout made kind of female to start this class with. Female's got really nice rib shape to her, really nice long front end in her. She's a female that gets out and flows really well, feet and legs. She's got some set to that pasture and got some cushion to that rear leg as she gets out and pushes off of it. She's a female that just puts a lot of things together in a really nice package for me today. You like her practical look. You like a female that looks like she's going to go home and do things well in her lifetime as a cow and really raise some powerful bulls and cattle out of her. I like a lot of things about this heifer in second. She's really nice hip. She's got a nice up-headed look to her. That neck comes out of that shoulder in the right spot and really is pretty and long. She gets just a little narrower based on both ends. You'd like to widen her chest out just a notch. You'd like to give her just a little more authority off that hind leg, widen her out as she gets out and goes. But, man, a heifer that is big-bodied, big-barreled, really easy doing, and a good kind of cow prospect. Young man's heifer here in third, not more tubular in her makeup relative to the two we start with, not quite as deep, not quite as soft in her makeup. Maybe you like to free her up just a notch as she gets out on the move, but, man, she's long-sided, and she does have a nice look to her. Young lady's heifer coming out last, rounding out the class. A heifer that just gets out horsed a little bit out here in this class of females. A heifer that gets just a notch choppy on both ends as you watch her get out and go. Maybe you like to free her up just a notch, give her a little more power to run with the girls ahead of her, but really a good set of heifers from top to bottom.
Here as we wind up things in our maintainer show and through all of our main shows today here, I've thoroughly enjoyed the opportunity and I appreciate it, the chance to be here and work with your young people and a great set of cattle, and you guys certainly have an outstanding staff and everybody involved with the association here. I really want to thank you for the opportunity and considering me to do this, as well as the North American. I have really enjoyed this. I was thinking earlier when we came to this point, when we're wrapping up here, I've been fortunate to grow up in this program, and I've made some of my very best friends going through this and being involved, and now I'm fortunate to do this for a living and to work with young people and to raise show cattle and to try to perform to this level to where you guys all are out here. And I think that, over the years, I was doing the math earlier, I think I've been to 27, I've exhibited cattle at the North American for the last 27 years, and gosh, I don't feel like I should be that old, but only year I missed was for my youngest daughter when she was born 4 years ago. It'd be tomorrow, it'll be her birthday, so I've seen a lot of cattle come through here, and I've been fortunate to be involved with that and to get asked to come back and evaluate cattle. It certainly means the world to me. We're actually got some cattle showing over in the Angus ring today, and so I'd like to thank, I know they're probably not over here, but thank my crew and all my family and everybody for being involved, and my wife and daughters are sitting up here watching, and so it certainly means the world to me, and like I said, I want to thank you for the opportunity. These cattle speak for themselves. I don't have to go out and say very much about them. I think hopefully you can see the kind of cattle that I like. good, sound, functional cattle. Got some look and some maternal, some maternal traits to them, and can move and have that look to go stand in front of a backdrop. And that's what I like, and that's what we try to raise. And I'd be happy to take any of these home and put them in our program as well back in Michigan. So give your exhibitors a round of applause. I'll go select a champion. Thanks again for the opportunity.
Let's give Mr. Andrew Foster one more round of applause for coming out and judging our maintainer show this evening. And your grand champion maintainer female goes to entry number 95, TJSC So Sweet 29J, exhibited by Hannah Schwab from Waupaca, Ohio. Congratulations. And your reserve champion female goes into number 65, RKK Izzy 161J, exhibited by Ivy Fawcett from Ree Heights, South Dakota. Congratulations to those exhibitors, and congratulations to all maintainer and Maine Andrew and Maine Angus exhibitors for a successful show today.
Here real quick, we got one more thing, and I do believe this is very important and needs recognition because, like I said earlier, my family participated a lot showing bred knowns, and that's how I got started to be able to have the position that I do today and be involved in this industry. And so commend both of you exhibitors on having really nice heifers. I think this young man's heifer's got a tremendous future. She's going to be our champion bred known. Congratulations.
Over on our limousine side, I think you got a little give and take in this pair of heifers at the top end, and if you wanted to swap with me, I wouldn't argue a whole lot. I'll tell you they're awfully close in their type and kind. I think the heifer I'm going to start with just a little neater from end to end, a heifer a little more balanced, a little stronger top, maybe a little nicer fronted than the heifer behind her, a heifer that sure does balance up nicely and have a nice look to her. Love a lot of things about this second heifer, really long-bodied. She is the pounds heavy, big, stout female. She just wants to break right in behind that shoulder, get a little softer in her top. Chest wants to come out of her a little